Thank you. We'll call the meeting to order. This is Monday, June 17th. This is the regular City Council meeting for the City of Los Alamitos. May we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Edgar.
Here.
Councilmember Gross.
Here.
Councilmember Murphy. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia.
Here.
Mayor Kusamoto.
Here. Okay. Next up, we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilmember Edgar. And if you would remain standing for the invocation led by Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this wonderful day, that we live in a country that's free, and I just ask that you watch over those who protect us and protect our freedoms. Bless this meeting tonight, and thank you, Lord, for the concerned residents and businesses that come out to give us their input so that we can make wise decisions. Bless the council and the staff. In your name, amen.
Amen. Thank you. And if I can ask next for the council to join me up front, we have a presentation. I'm doing well. Well, thank you. We're here to give this commendation for Coach John Barnes for being inducted into the California High School Coaches Association Hall of Fame. And I'll try and read this. I might get tongue-tied, but let me just try and read through some of this. Whereas, after graduating from St. Anthony High School, John Barnes played a year of Long Beach City College and then was a 3-year quarterback starter at the University of Nevada in Reno. And John Barnes came back to Long Beach to coach his alma mater prior to landing his first coaching job at Magnolia High School in 1978, a year prior to moving to Los Alamitos. And whereas with John Barnes as coach, the Griffins made the postseason in his second season and won a league title in 1985, and whereas this win began a run of 14 league titles over 20 seasons as John Barnes transformed the Griffins into a perennial power in Southern California, winning 4 CIF titles at 3 different division levels, reaching a title game 3 other years and semifinals 5 times. And whereas John Barnes led the Griffins to a 47-game unbeaten streak at the height of those 2 decades, and whereas under John Barnes' leadership, the Griffins made the postseason every year from 1984 to 2012, with the exceptions of 2007 and 2011. And whereas John Barnes was recognized last year when he became one of just 4 coaches with 300 career victories in California history, and whereas on June 15th, 2013, John Barnes was inducted into the California High School Coaches Association Hall of Fame. Now, therefore, I, Warren Kusamoto, Mayor of the City of Los Alamitos, do hereby congratulate John Barnes on his induction into the California High School Coaches Association Hall of Fame and commend his hard work and dedication to the Los Alamitos High School and the community. Congratulations. Before you get to talk, I don't know, the board want to talk?
I just really appreciate that the city has recognized Coach for obviously all the things it says on here and all the wins, but as a former parent who had 2 children go through his program and a former Booster Club president, one of the things that Coach Barnes does that doesn't say on that paper is that he brings up incredible young men, and he sends young men from our program out, and he sends them out into the world ready to fight the fights that there are out there, and that's what we really, really appreciate that you do. Thank you, Coach. Thank you.
Yes, I just want to tell you what an honor it is always to be here, and how associated I feel to this community and our school district. They've supported us in tremendous ways. This has been an easy task, let me tell you. It's been an easy task because this community has sent the greatest kids to me with the greatest support. And like I said, our city and our school district have supported us. We can't be successful unless they support us like they do, and they've let us be very successful. So I appreciate it very much. I thank you for this honor. This is truly an honor. I tell people, if somebody wants to give me something, I will be there. So no, it never gets old, and it's very special. So thank you. Introduce my wife, Anita, who's always with me. And I promised I wouldn't bring her up tonight. So thank you very much, and thank you for this honor. It's truly a pleasure to be here.
Well, thank you. Appreciate all your hard work and dedication to the community. With that, I think there's going to be some photos.
Everybody has to squish together and be friendly. Thank you.
Okay, with that, the next item on the agenda is item 6. It is oral communications. I do have some blue cards here. Let me see. I will just, let's go ahead and get started with the first speaker, Janelle Godges from Southern California Edison, about the summer readiness program.
Is this right? Sorry, I'm like. Good evening. For those that don't know me, my name is Janelle Godges. I'm from Southern California Edison. I'm here to provide just a quick, brief update on our summer readiness efforts. As we know, and as I think we've all been anticipating, summer's finally here. But with that, that also means higher energy usage. So we're here to partner with the community to hopefully curtail and make this a smooth summer for our customers. As you may be aware, about a week and a half ago, Edison made an announcement that we've decided to permanently retire units 2 and 3 for our San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station. SONGS has been powering our community for over 40 years, but with the continued uncertainty, we as a company realized that this was not good for our ratepayers, for the investors, and then also for the planning of our long-term energy needs for our region. With this announcement, we believe that it will eliminate the uncertainty for our future growth. We do want to make sure that folks understand that this was one of the most difficult decisions that the company had to make, and one that we did not take lightly. With that, Southern California Edison is still working to diligently plan and prepare for the hot summer months ahead to meet our future energy needs. We anticipate through transmission line and infrastructure upgrades, many of which have been done within the community of Los Alamitos, many of which also that were accelerated in 2012 and into 2013, that we have sufficient resources to meet both business and residential energy needs for the summer of 2013. I did want to kind of give a brief positive story that through the efforts last summer with the conservation efforts for residential and communities throughout our service territory, that they were able to save over 300 megawatts of electricity during peak times. For those that aren't energy savvy, that's a heck of a lot of energy to save. So we thank our residential and business customers and the communities that we serve for working with us and helping to streamline and to make sure that we weren't going to face any blackouts for the summer. With that being said, however, what does bring us some concern are the dry summers with potentials for fires that could jeopardize our high voltage transmission lines. That partnered, let's say, with a 3 or 4 day heat wave That always makes us a little bit nervous. So again, we ask that customers partner with us. For business customers, some ideas that you might consider in order to curtail your energy usage, reducing unnecessary lighting, charging your batteries during off-peak hours, upgrading your temperature programs to power down after your closing. You can't imagine how much energy is used and consumed when nobody's in the building. For homeowners, you can recycle inefficient refrigerators. Pool pumps are big energy guzzlers, or your freezers to save energy. You can also replace your AC use with portable fans, upgrading to energy-efficient light bulbs. There are also a variety of programs that Edison offers on our website. For example, we have the Save Power Day incentives. This is encouraging usage reduction during the peak hours from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. You can learn more at www.sce.com/summer. And again, we look forward to partnering with our communities, and thank you for your time. I did provide some information to this city clerk, a press release on San Onofre and our decision to close the units about a week and a half back, some information for residential and business customers, and then also a big old presentation for you. Happy to go through it as necessary, but there's a lot of information to cover in there. So, happy to answer any questions if you may.
Sure, I do have a question. So any questions from the council before I start? Just
Two comments. I want to commend, and I wish that you would pass on to Edison the efforts that you guys went through to try to preserve San Onofre. I think that we got it wrong. And, I'm an ex-Navy submariner, very familiar with nuclear power, and I think that we totally got it wrong. But I commend that you guys actually went the distance, tried to fight the good fight, and then I think it was just a business case. You couldn't withstand the operating costs of just letting it sit vacant. So I really appreciate all the effort. I know a couple of council members actually went and spoke on behalf and tried to fight the good fight. Second thing is that I wish that you would talk a little bit about the process going on right now in Chino Hills and the potential project that's going on that would potentially affect us as ratepayers, as they are fighting to get the lines through the middle of mountains underground, which will cost a tremendous amount of money and spread the cost over all the ratepayers, including us by the beach. How can we as a community, how can we as council members help in that process?
Well, to give you a little bit of history, Southern California Edison moved forward with what is our Tehachapi Renewable Transmission Project. So that's bringing wind energy from the Tehachapi area into where the growth is and the load is, which is in the Orange County and LA Basin area. We went through a whole series of public comments, public hearings, working with the California Public Utilities Commission on determining a route. The route that was decided was an existing Edison right-of-way through the Chino Hills area. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of roadblocks along the way. You have residents in the city that are adamantly opposed to the overhead of 500 kV lines throughout the community of Chino Hills. The challenge that we have and that you face as a ratepayer is that you have a group that would like to have the rest of the ratepayers pay for their 3-mile segment to be undergrounded. There is not one place in the United States where you currently have 500 kV undergrounded. And you also have to look at the inequity of a long transmission line of which only 3 miles would be undergrounded specifically for the community of Chino Hills. The project itself is over $1 billion project, of which ratepayers are paying for. To underground that 3-mile segment, you're looking, there's been figures out there from 300 to 700 million on top of the already plus $1 billion project. So as a ratepayer, you and as a council, there's a variety of things you can do. You can send a letter to the California Public Utilities Commission disclosing what you believe may be the inequity or fairness, however you perceive it to be. As a council, you can send an individual letter. That letter can also come from the council itself. Variety of cities have chosen to do that as well.
Great.
I hope
Thank
that
you.
answers your question.
Perfect, thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thanks. So the question I had was back to the San Onofre. the cost, the future cost to decommission it. I think it was going to happen in about 10 or so years from now to
You're
start.
looking at
but now-
40 years.
Yeah, so now I think that kind of gets accelerated. So can you maybe describe, I know it's very preliminary, but describe kind of what you see as the decommissioning cost and how that's going to affect the ratepayers?
Well, right now, it is unfortunately very preliminary. The figures out there are that we're looking at 40 years of decommissioning. There's a variety of efforts that will need to take place as far as, and the California Public Utilities Commission ultimately will be the decision makers on what costs are borne to ratepayers, what costs might be borne to shareholders, how that's going to play out. It's in its infancy stages for us right now, so I don't want to assume any
No,
misinformation.
appreciate that, and I'm not looking for that, but I just,
Sure.
it's going to cost. It costs somebody,
It
right?
does.
That's just the whole thing
It
to
does.
decommission.
The challenge
so.
that Edison faced was that you have over $500 million of replacement power that we've had over the past, year and a half or so. You also have $1 million a day that the company was losing to keep it ready should the NRC come back with a restart decision. We had the uncertainty of possibly delaying that decision from the NRC to about a year or so. So with that, the company's CEO decided that and the chairman, that unfortunately this uncertainty was not fair to the ratepayers. It was not fair to the community that we serve.
No.
So it was purely economics.
Understand. Well, thank you very much.
I
for
appreciate your
presenting
time.
here.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker we have is Shelley Henderson to talk about the Cypress Festival.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for listening to me. I'm usually hiding behind my camera rather than standing up here at the podium. I am here not as editor of the Orange County Breeze, but as chair of the Cypress Festival and chair of the Cypress Festival Association. Our festival is coming up next month, the end of the month, and I would like to invite all of the residents of Los Alamitos to come and have a fun time on Saturday, July 27th, up at Oak Knoll Park. We will have cars, we will have a chili cook-off, we will have vendor booths of a business expo, we will have arts and crafts booths. The Chick-fil-A dancing cows will be there. Ronald McDonald will be there. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. Stilt walkers, clowns. Of course, there's the city's 5K, 10K run to start, and the Kiwanis will be flipping pancakes for anybody who is hungry first thing in the morning. So my usual start of my day is commuting from Cypress to Los Alamitos. I invite everybody from Los Alamitos to turn that around and drive from Los Alamitos to Cypress on Saturday, July 27th. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a start time for that? Shelley, the start time? Sorry about that.
The festival grounds will open at 9 a.m. It goes till 5 p.m. The Cypress 5K, 10K run is before that. After everybody runs around Sorrento, they can come and get pancakes from the Kiwanis.
Great, thank you.
Shelley, I think the 5K, 10K is part of the
Race series.
Race on the Base group, is that not correct?
It's part of the Orange County, California Race Series.
Yeah.
They have a really nifty medal, but to earn the medal, you have to run in 3 out of the 4 races in the series consecutively. All right, you can't skip one. If you skip one, you have to start over.
Thank you. Okay, next card is for Larry Strother and Shelley Hasselbrink to talk about the Sugar Beet Festival.
All right, we're going to festival you out here. I'm glad we got up here before JM brings us all down tonight. So I just want to tell you that we are now less than 4 weeks away from the first Sugar Beet Festival. And the ideas of the festival is the first time Los Alamitos has had a festival in the middle of summer. They've had ones in the fall and things like that, but this is the first time they've had one in the middle of the summer. And the idea is to have fun, showcase our food, increase the awareness of local businesses, and help the local nonprofits. We're working with the Ed Foundation to have a mini health fair. We're working with groups like Champions Quest and Play It Again Sports to have like a mini sports fair. We're working with Then the hospital and some other groups have like a mini health and beauty fair. We're with St. Isidore's, so we have like 2 stages. They'll have bands going on, we'll have bands going on. Ganal's giving us a flatbed truck, so we'll put the bands on top of that at the corner of Pine and Florista, and we'll alternate with St. Isidore, so get traffic going back and forth. We're going to have exhibitors, including the Port of Los Angeles has this 50-foot-long truck that they've been using for their 100th anniversary. It's called the Transporter, a very nifty title, using the word port there. But it's pretty cool. It's got a lot of stuff inside, not only their history, but people can go inside and pretend that they're operating a crane. So it's a virtual crane for adults and kids. Rancho Los Alamitos will be out there, and they're bringing a Native American expert from the Tongva tribes. Also working to try and get some of the Japanese communities from this area, because that was a very significant part of Los Alamitos history. Frida's is one of our sponsors. They're going to be sponsoring a sugar beet contest, sugar beet cooking contest. So we'll all find out what you can actually do with sugar beets, which is news to everybody, because I've never seen one, I've never touched one, but we are trucking in 40 cubic feet of them. So they're only available down in Brawley now at the Spreckles factory down there, which is actually that was started by the Los Alamitos Sugar Factory when they closed up operations. We have a lot of local restaurants: Shenandoah, Catella Deli, Calendar's Grill, Rubio's, and then we're going to have a lot of, we're handpicking a lot of the top food trucks, the one that people seem to be most interested in. So we're getting all those. The biggest fundraiser is our event, the 5K Challenge. So you can warm up for the Cypress Festival with our 5K, but it's a little different because this it's a fun obstacle run through Old Town, and we'll have giant slides, inflatable slides, haystacks. We'll have like a human car wash, and Trin Printing, which is the 3rd largest printer in America, is going to let us run through their property, and they'll have giant stacks of rolled papers so you can slalom in and out of it. So we're trying to do a lot of stuff just to make it different, to make it fun. And we won't have a clock running, so you can take 4 hours to finish it and nobody's going to care, okay? And we'll have food waiting for you when you get back. We've had a lot of nonprofits. I'll let Shelley talk about some of those who have signed up right now.
I only like coming up talking about fun stuff, so hopefully I'm a happy face. Like Larry mentioned, the 5K Sugartown Challenge will be before the festival, and we have reached out to the nonprofits. Those are near and dear to my heart in this community. And we have offered for them to sign people up and designated their nonprofit as the benefactor. And for every $40 with the entry fee, the nonprofits receive $20. We have over 30 nonprofits participating right now, including We Care, the Youth Center, Boy Scouts, a lot of the Friends of the local schools here, the school PTAs. So it's just a different way for them to raise some money. And so we look forward to seeing you guys there, and please come and do the 5K challenge. Like I say, it's non-timed, so just come and have some fun with us.
And in closing, I'd just like to say, when we started the Taste for Los Al back in 2001, I felt a lot like this, which is very scared. So it's the exact same feeling. We've done as much as we can. We've thrown a lot of mud against the wall trying to make this the most entertaining event we can for the area. I almost stepped on Shelley's glasses. Oh, all right. Anyway, we think it's going to be a lot of fun. We hope you sign up. You come out there, the race. I mean, you can still sign up for the race all the way up to the day before the event, and even show up at the race and do it. So, looking forward to seeing you all out there.
Just can you say the date for this?
No, we want to keep it a mystery. July 13th. That's a Saturday, and the race starts at 9 o'clock. We'll send people off in waves of 40 or 50 or so. Oh, and one thing I'd just like to add, just had the girls' soccer team tell us they're going to send their whole team out there. And so the boys' soccer team was talking about doing this too. The big problem is they haven't officially signed up, so we don't know our numbers. So please, if you're going to do stuff like this, sign up now so we can start getting a count on a lot of this stuff. So anyway, any other questions?
Okay, thank you.
Oh, website, www.sugarbeetfestival.com. www.sugarbeetfestival.com. Operators are standing by.
Thanks, Larry. Okay, up next, Richard Vardaman.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Richard Vardaman. My wife and I have lived in College Park North since 1970. We have 2 daughters and 2 grandchildren who have graduated from Los Alamitos High. I assume you are aware of the school district's plan to install 90-foot light poles on the athletic field of Los Al High for the purpose of renting out the field to sporting events up to 10 o'clock at night. The board said they sent out some notices, but we could not find anyone who received it. We who live directly to the north of the field would be severely affected by these lights and noise from whatever activities the field is leased out for. We would not only suffer from the lights in our backyard and the noise from the events, we would also suffer severe drop in the resale value of our homes. We tried to escape the bright lights and accompanying noise. We could forget using our patio and yard for family gatherings. There is a home in Greenbrook, bordering the Los Al field that that recently fell out of the escrow because of the anticipated lighting and set. The buyers then bought a home in the same tract. However, it is farther from the perimeter of the field. Why not use the field south of McCulloch Elementary, McCulloch Elementary on Bloomfield? This field already has light poles and does not have residences nearby to affect their lifestyle and property values. This would not only make sense to use this field, which is equipped with lighting, and not spend taxpayer dollars on additional lights. This appears to us a needless expenditure of public funds, as well as needless infringement on the rights of those who live nearby. In the early 70s, at Los Al High, there was flexible scheduling, which means students could go or not go depending on their thoughts, or their feelings, was enforced in Los Alamitos High, which meant the students, many of us believe that although it was probably beneficial to some students, it was the detriment to most. At that time, Los Alamitos High was in the Anaheim School District. We asked the Anaheim Board to allow flexible scheduling to be ended. The Anaheim Board made an arbitrary decision to not allow flexible scheduling to be replaced. Many of us worked to remove ourselves from the Anaheim District and form the present LAUSD. We have enjoyed the benefits from this action for a number of years and hope we continue to believe we did the right thing. We are now faced with an arbitrary decision by the Los Alamitos Board. We sincerely hope that they will share in our concerns, and support from the City Council would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vardaman. Okay, the next speaker card I have is for Craig Sabo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I recently received a flyer on my door stating that the disposal rates were going to go up into this in the city of Los Alamitos, and I hadn't seen anything on the agenda or heard anything about it in the paper. So I was coming to you to ask how come we weren't made aware of such situations as far as the new disposal contract being renegotiated or what. And second, if I notice it's not on agenda today, is it and I've missed it?
I think it is on the agenda.
It's on the consent calendar.
Consent calendar.
Consent, meaning voting for?
All in one motion, or unless it gets pulled.
I see. I'd like to make a request to do such so we could at least have some community input. I feel I'm not the only one that has this concern. don't know about anyone else in this room, but my rates have, my income has not gone up in the last 2 years. So I'm kind of concerned about other contracts within the city going up.
Okay.
May I?
I'll be pulling it.
Okay, great. Thank you. I guess it'll be on agenda later or today or?
We'll deal with it after we get through the consent calendar, so they'll be up after major expenditures, so a couple of agenda items down.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay. That's it for blue cards that I have. Are there any other speakers that wish to address the council at this time?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I'm George Brigham, and I'm here in the capacity this evening of Chairman of the Los Alamitos Aquatics Foundation. Some of you may recall that I addressed the council a little over a year ago regarding some capital improvement projects relative to the pool at the base. For those of you who are not aware, we are the fundraising arm for the aquatics facility over at the Joint Forces Training Base. Corey Lakin had prepared a list of items that needed to be repaired over a year ago. And then at that time, we also had the opportunity to recap. We went way back and looked at the things that the partnership, the projects the partnership had generated over the past decade. It's been, 16 years now, I believe, going on 17 years. And back in 2007, some of you again may recall that we made a presentation, a contribution to the city for improvements to the pool. And so after a lengthy discussion last year, I considered closing the foundation down. But after considerable discussion with my peers on the board and a lot of soul searching on my own, I thought, we put too much into this thing just to close it down. And I think I would like to see us try to expand our horizons, get back to where we were back in 1998 and 99, where we had involvement from the surrounding communities. We had sitting council members when we first formed the foundation board from the neighboring cities. We had the privilege of having Tim Keenan when he was the mayor in Cypress on board. We had Mayor Marilyn Hastings, God rest her soul, passed away some years ago from Seal Beach. And we had talks reaching out to Garden Grove, but we never quite got that far. The pool was built and we were off to the races and we thought we were fat and happy, but now here we are with we have $107 approximately $1,000 in improvements that are, they need to be addressed right now, or we are in danger of having to close the facility down. And so I was unaware of this until Mr. Lakin, he put it to me in those terms. So we had a board meeting last week. We were pleasantly surprised to see our interim city manager, Mr. Greg Cordner, join us to have us sit in. Thanks for sitting in on that and giving us your wisdom and all the years of experience in the chair, as it were. And we came to the decision that the foundation, we have about $52,000 in our coffers at this time. We would like to contribute $40,000. We understand that time is of the essence, and so that's why I asked, can we get this thing rolling? Let's do it at the next council meeting, whether it happened to be tonight. And this is just last Thursday at approximately 8 o'clock. So with that said, we've agreed to participate to the tune of $40,000 for new lighting. The pool needs to be drained, painted. The caulking, as I am understanding, Corey, is it's eroding. The paint's so bad that you can see the old logo on the bottom of the thing, right? So we're going to caulk the thing. We're going to paint new, help me out if I miss anything. We're going to paint the bottom, repair all the cracks. We're going to paint new lane lines and depth numbers. What else, Corey? Is there anything else I'm missing?
Fix some of the chip tiles and some of the grates that are around the exterior of the pool, and
Yes.
we'll see what else we can do as far as some potential cost savings with the installation of a variable frequency drive.
And then last year, I believe you installed the ADA lifts.
Right.
So now we're ADA compliant. I took the opportunity to reach out to A couple of our council members, one of them out in front this afternoon, right before in between your 5 and 6 o'clock session, Mr. Murphy, asked him if he would like to come on board as an ad hoc committee member. I spoke with Mr. Gross last week, and he stated that he would like to come on board as an ad hoc committee member. You may recall that we had Ken Stevens and Marilyn Poe on the ad hoc committee before, and I got to tell you, they were a great asset when it came to generating this laundry list of things that needed to be addressed. Marilyn with her longtime history in the community, and Ken with his, with his athletic background and sports facilities, and he had dealt with these very issues with a community pool, large pools like this in the past. I have also reached out to some council members in Cypress. Council member Mary Ellen Yark has stated that she would like to come on and join us on the board. We haven't had a chance to get a hold of anyone from Seal Beach or Garden Grove yet, but we're going to. I have another 30 seconds?
Sure, please.
Okay.
Continue.
All right. So with that said, I would also like to let you guys know that the numbers I've been given are staggering as far as kids that learn how to swim in this thing. We're looking at, what, 2,500 this year? Is that, I'm not mistaken in saying that, correct? It's, we have this, our biggest user group is it still Seal Beach Swim Club? They're our biggest single user group. They pay a lot of money to use the pools. I think we're moving in the right direction. We've got a lot of work to do, but that's why we want to, if we reach out to the surrounding communities, we've got to get our feelers out there, because we're not going to raise the money we need. We've drawn that conclusion. We're just not going to do it from here. We've got to get out there. And it's just not just our pool. It's serving the surrounding communities. So we've got the 40 grand toward the project. With that, I'd like to recognize we have Mark Wagner here with us this evening. Mark has served as our treasurer for the foundation for many, many years. As you all know, he was our Parks and Rec director for what, how many years? 30 years, Mark? 30. About 30 years. And without Mark, this thing, it would have unraveled a long time ago, because we all get busy with our lives, and he's been the glue that's held this thing together. He's a phenomenal guy, and he just does it out of the kindness of his heart. That's all I can say. So I'd like to ask Mark to come up at this time, please, and he has a presentation. Corey made us up a little check here that we can present to you guys. And could I ask the council to come down? We can present this to you?
Sure, let's go ahead.
No, I did it.
Well, this pool, to have our children in this community swim with the Olympic athletes and what they accomplished last year at the Olympics, this community is known for their emphasis on public safety, and as George shared, the number of children that have been kept water safe because of the lessons that the city is involved in year-round. It's an unbelievable project. I know the council is very appreciative of the project and all the city's recreation department is doing to keep it running. But this project, as George has said, without George's leadership, the project never would have got underway, and the community would have never had the asset that it presently has. So you're known all over the world for the Olympic pool in the city of Los Alamitos, absolutely. So thank you. I'm pleased to be here, and as I look out in the audience, and it's just a pleasure to be with the residents again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just give it to Corey. Cash it right away. I think I got the pictures. That was more than 30 seconds, too. Okay, anybody else wishing to speak?
We got 40 grand, so.
Yeah.
Anybody else with a check?
Yeah.
We'd be in the black in no time.
Well, please come forward.
I'm Richard Rose, and I live north of the high school at 3662 Finley Drive. And Mr. Vardaman has gone through a lot of the points. We're all a little concerned, or a lot concerned. We've seen no drawings. Nothing's been published, as far as I know, telling anyone where any of the lights will be or activities at night. And we've enjoyed 43 years using our yard, and it's nice to be in your yard and be able to look out across the school ground. And I go by McAuliffe at night, and there's a lot of light power out in that schoolyard at night. And it's on when I go by at 10 o'clock. There's nobody there some nights. In the wintertime, the lights are still on. So even sometimes when they wouldn't be using it, the lights are still left on. And I think it's going to be intrusive to a lot of people, and they don't realize it yet, but they may realize it later on. If property values were to go down, there's a lot of houses that you're talking about around that school ground that would be affected. We don't know how it's going to be used. I went by McAuliffe on Sunday, and there were 2 adult league soccer teams there. And if we have adults there at night, it could be running. We don't know what the program is. Is it a rental company? The school district is going to be running, and someone is here from that. And so we don't know where we're going from here. And we lived there a long time. This change is really pretty intrusive to us, we think. But we won't know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a school board member in the audience. I'm sure she'll address it. But I would also say, I live in the Greenbrook housing tract that goes up against the school also, and I've had a lot of neighbors come to my front door and ask me about this project. The one thing that I would say, the city council per se doesn't have a lot of details on this, but everybody that I've referred over, Sherry Kropp, who's the superintendent of the school, has taken time, her and Patty Myers, who works on the facilities. There was a flyer put out in our community that had a lot of things on it, and I would just say contact myself, the city manager, or any of the council members. We'll put you in contact with Sherry Kropp or Diana Hill, and we have them take you through it, because some of the concerns that were on that flyer, when we actually had them sit down and I facilitated some of the discussions there, they didn't pan out to be completely true, some of the fears and concerns. I don't know exactly all of them, so I'm not advocating for the project. I'm just saying I can put you in contact with the people at the school district, and Sherry Kropp, the superintendent, has been very responsive. A couple people in my neighborhood complained. The next day, we're down at the school district meeting with the head of facilities to get more information, not to convince you one way or the other. So I would just put it out there, and I know, Diana, you're out there. If there's anything else you'd want to add at some point, I'm sure you will.
Please. Thanks, Diana.
Thank you very much, Council. I appreciate it. I would like to just tell the public that no decisions have been made of how the field is going to be used or facilitated. That field is really what we're excited about, is for the high school and all the activities at the high school itself. We do have a meeting and a workshop talking about the field, and I believe, I probably should have looked, but I believe it's July 16th is our board meeting where we'll actually have a workshop, has been agendized. So we would love for residents and the public to come and tell us what they've heard, what their thoughts are, and what their desires are, and that's where we'll really work through that. But no decision has been made about what's going to be actually allowed on the field, or what the hours of operation are, or any of those decisions yet. So there is misinformation out there. They can email myself or Dr. Kropp, and we'd love to get back to them. So thank you very much for a few moments. Any other questions?
Oh, no, thank you. Just the city manager, if you can confirm the date and put that on our website for the public, that way we can just either refer it over to the school's website or just identify the date. Thank you. Thank you, Diana. Anybody else wishing to speak, please come forward and identify yourself. Yeah. Thanks.
J.M. Ivler. Good evening, council members. Two of you weren't here for the whole CDS contract solid waste issue. You were out here, not up there. I don't know if you remember Sloan Vasquez. Mr. Sloan stated a number of times, and Mr. Egger, Mrs. Poe, and Mr. Stevens also stated a number of times that the reason that we had to pay more, the reason we didn't go with the lowest responsible bidder, was because if we went with the lowest responsible bidder, darn it, he was going to come back and ask for more money. And that's why we paid $3 million more over 5 years for CDS to be here, because they wouldn't do it. Yeah, right. I don't know how many times I heard that reasoning presented, that CDS wasn't going to do it, but these low-ball guys were. The lowest responsible bidder was going to have to come back and ask for more money. We had to pay $3 million over 5 years, approximately, more, so that we wouldn't have to deal with somebody coming back and asking for more money of our city council and our residents and businesses. And yet, here we are with an item on the agenda on the consent calendar asking for more money from our residents and businesses from the trash contractor. Yeah, they're permitted to do it by contract, but it's not the right thing to do. They were sold to us as more expensive, but they weren't going to do this. That's how they were sold to us. 3 of our city council members made Mr. Sloan's comments the core reason why we had to pay more. I heard tonight that we plan on pulling this. I want it pulled and buried for 5 years. They're getting $3 million more, approximately, than the lowest responsible bidder got. That should be enough to cover all of their costs. And we, the residents and businesses of Los Alamitos, shouldn't have to pay 1 additional red cent. And if they don't like it, then when the 5-year contract is over, they don't have to bid. Thank you very much for your time. Have a very good evening.
Thank you. City Manager, you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, just to follow up on the previous discussion about the LAUSD meeting, I had an email that I double-checked, and it is July 16th.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, any other speakers wishing to speak?
Hi, good evening, Council. Lois Waddle from Ticonderoga. Here is my latest bill. What has been going on is every month I get an email that says, you're going to be debited. Then I get an email that says, you've been debited. Then I get a bill. So I called the company and I said, I want to be paperless. This is driving me nuts. I'm getting all these emails and I'm getting all this from you. And the little girl said to me, oh, well, we're sorry. We're trying to get set up, but we can't do that. And I said, look, this is overkill. Somebody's doing this. And I said, I'm getting all these emails and then I'm getting a bill. I said, I set up for automatic withdrawal from my account. And one thing, that's all I need is one thing, okay? And, oh, we can't do that. So why should I have to pay for their inefficiency? They've got a lot of money to get straightened out. And if they're having problems, don't you think they should, clean house like all the other businesses have to? When you don't get any money from anybody and you're getting cut by the government, you have to do whatever is necessary. It's a lot of waste in the office management section. That's what's going on. That's why they're having, if they're complaining, that's why they're having problems. Anyway, anybody want my bill? To tell them that? Explain this to them.
What bill are you referring to?
This is the statement that I got billed, that I got debited.
From who?
My account.
What company?
From your trash disposal, CDS.
Thank you.
So, You know, it's overkill. It's just a waste of money. It's very inefficient management organization. Okay, so sorry. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Okay, another speaker?
Hi, my name's Jane Hester, and I live in Ticonderoga also. My first problem is, one, them asking for a raise. Like the nice gentleman said, where was it? Blue shirt? There you, no, the other guy. My pay hasn't raised in the last 5 years, you know. Anyway, and if it's true that we got this trash company because they said, oh, they're not going to ask for a raise, look what happened a year later. Then something else that has to echo what Lois was saying. When I very first got my first trash bill from them, they sent me 2. I'm thinking, wow, okay. So I called them as nice as I could be. Hi, you sent me 2 bills. Oh, yeah, we made a mistake. Well, yeah, I know that. Just disregard that 1 bill. Okay, so I put it in the shredder. Little did I know, they were gonna keep sending me that same bill. So they kept sending me the same bill, and I called them back and I said, hey, you're sending me 2 bills. I'm only paying 1. Oh, well, yeah, you know. So in August, I finally sent them something because they hadn't gotten it straightened out yet. They kept sending me the reminder for the 2 bills. Do you want to know? I didn't think I'd tell anybody this because I'm too embarrassed. Do you know what they came and did? They came and picked up my trash cans. No notice, not obviously on their notice if you don't pay or whatever, but I was waiting for them to get me the corrected bill. So I was without my trash cans for a week. I don't think you can realize how damaging that is until you go without your trash cans for a week. You go outside to try to put your recycles away or your green stuff away on your trash, and there's nothing to put it in. So everything had to back up in my backyard. Okay, whatever. Then I called them to say, let's get this straightened out, whatever. That girl was so nasty to me on the phone. I could not believe it. How on earth is she able to keep her job being that rude to me on the telephone? So then I had to go to, and then I asked for her supervisor. Oh, there's no one here. They left you alone in there with your attitude and comments? Please believe me. Oh my God, I couldn't believe it. So I finally ended up later that next week getting a hold of some lady named Sally, I think her name was, and finally got things straightened out with her. She sounded like an older person and, you know, more empathetic, whatever. And we finally got everything straightened out. But when I told this girl I wanted my trash cans back and I wanted it back now, oh no, we can't do that. Well, you know what, you're gonna. Nope, they brought them back when they wanted to. And then a couple weeks later, after they brought my trash cans back, I just happened to be that morning, on Thursday morning, near my kitchen looking out front. Here comes this big truck and it's got trash cans on it. And I'm like, oh my God, you're kidding me. So I threw my robe on, I ran outside. I said, hi, what are you here for? Some Hispanic guy, wouldn't tell me, all dancing around my questions. Are you trying to take my trash cans? No, I already paid this bill. Everything's been rectified. Everything's been taken care of. I was still on the list for them to come pick up my trash cans. So, needless to say, I'm a little pissed with them. Number 2, I don't know if anybody on this panel, maybe Jerry does. I'm sorry, Councilwoman Mejia. Okay. Do you know Betty Poole? Okay, they sent Betty Poole 2 bills. And then I thought, oh my God, this is an all neighborhood thing. Everyone's getting 2 bills. She called him and said, you sent me 2 bills and I live on Ticonderoga, blah, 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 whatever. You have an apartment building in your backyard. She said, no, I don't. Yes, you do. She said, no, I don't. I have an old playhouse that belongs to my kids, but I don't have an apartment building in my backyard. Well, we're gonna have our guy get out of the truck next time and check it when he comes to pick up your trash. Is this the kind of company that we want? I realize it's only trash, you know, honest day's work is an honest day's work for these laborers. Is this the kind of people we want? Treating us this badly? This is ridiculous. And then on top of that, when I get the notice on Sunday morning that they want to raise it, oh, so you're going to treat me badly and ask for more money. Perfect. That's wonderful. Please, no to their whatever. Look for another company, look for whatever. I've had it with Consolidated Services. Oh, and one time they tried to pick up my trash, and the trash can was too heavy, and it fell over, and the guy came out, and he's all taking pictures and everything. I'm like, do you think you're intimidating me by taking pictures with your little cell phone camera? I don't think so. So I called the number on the truck. They said, oh, we're sorry, he shouldn't have done that, blah, 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 whatever, but whatever. And then I tried to complain to them one time. They had a line of glass all the way down Ticonderoga, had come out of the recycle bin. Ground glass, I don't know what it came from. So I called them and told them, I said, you know what? There's a line of ground glass down Ticonderoga. No, there's not. Okay, I'm lying. Yes, can't you send someone out to look to see maybe I was telling the truth? Nothing. I had to go out and sweep up I had to go out and sweep up the glass from in front of my house myself, which I thought was absolutely ridiculous. So anyway, please don't give them a raise.
Thank you for your comments. Okay, are there any other speakers wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close oral communications. And next item on the agenda is the Register of Major Expenses. Could we have a motion or any questions about the major expenses?
I have a question.
Okay, we have a question. Councilmember Gross?
On page 4,
Oh, now you have to leave.
on page 4, we have a series of warrants totaling $30,675. These are for an individual that runs the video camera and broadcast for the city. I know there's an item later on the agenda dealing with the agreement, but when I inquired from staff regarding this, because their bill's going back to January of 2012, I was informed that they had not received bills from the contractor during the year of 2012. My concern on approving this at this stage of the game deals more with the process that we're going through. There were tax forms that should have been issued, which I didn't really get clarity on whether they had been issued or not, but I was also informed that the check has been cut and given to the contractor, so I'll move approval of the warrants, but I'm not sure how we handle the $30,675 on the agenda, but I'm gonna vote against that portion of the warrant. So I'll move it with the abstention on page 4 for the $30,675.
Okay, so there's a motion for the entire major expenditures, and then you're going to just vote against that one portion.
Yes.
Okay, but is there a second?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. Any other questions, comments on this?
Yeah, I do, Mayor. So what the general response then, so we have somebody that works for us for a year, we don't pay them, they submit a requirement. Was the $30,000 just a lump sum amount? We've cut the check. Two questions. Is it procedure that we cut a check before we approve the warrant? I'm just kind of curious.
Well, go ahead. Maybe the finance director have him respond to that.
Typically, we can cut checks before the approval for items like this, and we have in the past in order to get it paid timely. This was came to light for us that these had not been paid, and we wanted to make sure we got them paid before the close of the fiscal year, not to continue on with waiting to pay this individual the amounts owed.
So the practice is that and I know you're new, so this is not you, but the practice is that we will actually cut a check and send it out and give it to somebody. They could cash it before we would actually approve it from the council.
There are some items we cut in advance of the council meetings. Yes, that's been past practice.
It's a very rare occasion. This is very much out of the ordinary, where the contractor did the work for all that for 18 months. He televised the cable TV meetings, puts the programming on the cable TV, and for 18 months didn't send a bill, did the work without sending a bill, and then sent a bill. It's very much out of the ordinary, but he did perform the duties, and it was wages that were due to him. But it is extremely out of the ordinary for this to occur. But he was due this money, and it was budgeted, and so he was paid the wages that he had earned.
So, follow-up question, fiscal year 2012 and 13, this money crosses 2 years. So when we had an excess reserve for 2011-12, what did we do with that? Did you take it as actuals or a forecast of a payment outstanding? I mean, how do we treat this financially?
Financially, you're gonna, I'm not sure what the question.
I don't understand how this got handled budget-wise. Was this something we actually received in excess? We would consider surplus for the fiscal year for the first part of 2012. Then after that, this would have been money that we don't have any actuals. Matter of fact, we've just sat through 4 special meetings for the budget, looking at actuals and projections. Right. Is that money accounted for in the actuals?
This check here?
Well, the check isn't there. It's actually with the person,
Right.
but yeah.
This would not be, because this was cut in June, this is not included in the actuals for expenditures.
Okay,
when we're
so
doing
are we understated in our budget projections?
I'll have to go back and check. I'm assuming what happened is that we probably grew a surplus, especially in the LATV fund last year because these weren't billed appropriately. And then we're probably just going to clean that up this year. It'll all even out as the fund balance grew last year, and now it'll be drawn down to the appropriate amount.
Okay, and then the last question I got, City Attorney, legally, are we allowed to make payments before the council? I mean, even if it's a practice, is that legal?
Yes, it is. The council then ratifies the payment.
So what if we vote no? What if it fails? What happens? We just tell them we want it back now?
I suppose we would demand it back, but
Okay.
where it's an expenditure that's an obligation, a contract obligation that's been incurred, the services have been performed, it would be extremely out of the ordinary to deny payment. If
Okay.
there were some adjustment, this is a contractor who's still doing work for the city, and the adjustment could occur in the future.
Okay, so I'll differentiate. I think that the contractor is an outstanding worker, has done a great job for the city, and this has nothing to do with their performance. But I'm voting no on this because I'm hoping that policy or procedure-wise, we get this cleaned up. I'm not sure how it got handled budget-wise, and I never think that we should cut a check for the city manager's expenditure level, approving by himself without approval of the council's $10,000, and we're cutting a $30,000 check. We don't even have approval from the council. So I'm hoping with the new finance team in place and the interim city manager, we need to send a very strong message that we don't want to do this anymore. So I'm going to be voting no also. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem.
I think moving forward, just a simple practice, as Councilmember Edgar is saying, it will suffice, and I'll be voting yes, because I think that the employee's done the work, and whether or not it was handled in a timely manner, that's kind of beside the fact. I don't want to compel him to give us the money back if that's what's being recommended. So I'll go ahead and pass it to you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Murphy, any questions? No. Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second, and we'll put this to a roll call vote, please.
Can you clarify the motion?
The motion is to approve the major expenditures. There will be, I think, from Councilmember Gross's perspective, the $30,675 he will not approve, but I think you're going to approve everything else. And I believe Councilmember Edgar will be not approving at all, I think.
Excuse me, I think the appropriate way to handle it is to approve the major expenditures with the exception of the $30,000, and then vote separately on that.
Okay.
Take that separately from the others.
So if I can ask Councilmember Gross to state his motion. to
Yeah,
that.
that's fine. I'll go ahead and approve the warrant less the $30,000 expenditure we've been discussing.
We'll handle this in 2 parts, and we'll go ahead and that'll be the motion. We have motion and a second on everything but the $30,675 major expenditure. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edgar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gross?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
Yes.
Mayor Kusamoto?
Aye. Okay, so on the separate part of the $30,675 portion that was payable back through January of 2012, do I have a motion on that?
I make a motion to pay the amount and request staff to put in place some policies that will protect from this happening again.
Okay, so we have a motion. Any second? Second. I have a motion and a second, so roll call vote on this one, please.
Councilmember Edgar?
No.
Councilmember Gross?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia? Yes. Mayor Kusamoto?
Yes. Thank you very much.
And for clarification purposes, I say the same thing. This has nothing to do with the individual, but more the practice that's transpired.
Okay. Okay, next up, we have the consent calendar, and it could be dealt in one motion. Is there a motion, or are there requests to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Mayor, if I can, I'd like to pull item D and G and make a motion unless there's others to be pulled by other council members, move the remainder.
I'd like to pull item E.
I'm sorry, A?
E.
Okay. E, okay.
I'd like to pull item F.
F, okay. Anything else? Okay, so for the remainder, is there a motion?
Make a motion to move the remainder.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, so all those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? So it passes unanimously for those, except for those items. So dealing them in order, we have item D. We just have the staff report, please?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, I'll ask the Community Development Director to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Our solid waste services are delivered through consolidated disposal through a solid waste franchise agreement that was approved a couple of years ago. The costs are 100% supported by our ratepayers, and those are the users of the service. As costs to provide this service change, the city's hauler is permitted to seek a rate adjustment in accordance with the agreement that was come to terms with the city council. On April 22nd, the city received a rate adjustment request for residential, commercial, multifamily, and roll-off rates. The agreement permits this rate adjustment to cover increased costs to provide solid waste collection services in the city of Los Alamitos using factors such as service costs, fuel costs, direct disposal costs, that's the tipping fee at Orange County, and then green waste costs, which is the tipping fee at Puente Hills, that's for the green waste, material recovery facility disposal costs at Orange County Landfill, and material recovery facility costs in general. All of this is found in Section 9 of the agreement. Those rates were frozen until June 30th, 2013, and then the franchisor has an opportunity to come before City Council to request the increase. And that, again, is to be more exact, is Section 9.02 of the agreement. The city's rate haulers calculated the rate adjustment based upon formulas represented in the agreement, and they are therefore requesting a 2.57 increase for residential services and a 2.4% increase in commercial. I had made a mistake on the recommendation line, but the rest of the staff report remains consistent that it's a 2.46 increase in commercial services. And commercial services isn't normally just businesses. Commercial services is also the same account a multifamily residential development would have with consolidated disposal. With that, Sam Hall is in the audience for you. He is with Consolidated Disposal. He's able to answer any questions you may have regarding the agreement or the services, and some of those thoughts were brought up today regarding the service. And with that, the recommendation is to approve the rate adjustment in accordance with the agreement, and that the rate requested would be effective July 1, 2013.
Okay, thank you. So back to the council. Are there questions of staff or of the contractor, Consolidated?
I have a quick question.
For who?
For
Sam?
the representative, please, Sam.
Okay.
Sam, when we first, the council majority decided to go with Consolidated, I believe the next day after, or very shortly after, there was an increase that followed immediately. Do you remember what that was for? Was that for e-waste?
Well, personally, I was not here at that time,
Mhm.
and unfortunately, I don't have that historical
Okay.
background.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to lay out there for the community is there have already been increases that happened almost immediately after the trash contract was agreed upon by the council. So with regards to these increases, these were the things we were trying to warn you about when all of the information was going back and forth regarding the trash contract. Not only was there going to be an excess paid from the lowest responsible bidder to CDS, but also that there were these hidden fees that were to come into play later. I know you weren't here, but I believe at the time, one of the reasons that this was going to be such a inexpensive contract is because you owned your own landfills. Is that correct?
We certainly do own our own landfills. That's something that we're very proud of as a company.
Mhm.
However, your city and every city in Orange County has agreed with Orange County that they would dispose everything in the Orange County landfill management system. And so that's where we deliver, per your agreement with the city, we deliver all the waste to the Orange County landfill system.
Right. I just think that was a little misleading for the people who are watching very carefully, because that was one of the factors that was supposed to make Consolidated even more cost-effective and a better company for us to go with. And so just with those couple of things, I'll go ahead and pass it on to the council, but those were some of the concerns that I had, and I'll wait to hear the others.
Thank you. Any questions over here?
No.
Dean?
I think revisiting what happened with the agreement that's gone through litigation and so on about whether it was intended to be the best price because of, at this particular point, does no good. My concern is that the contract called for this to be submitted on the, on or before the 22nd of April, and the letter that we were provided shows that it was submitted on the 22nd of April. The concern that I have is that I think we've heard from residents speak about the fact of wanting to have input and discussion, and I think we owe our residents, we owe our businesses. Nothing has gone to the Chamber of Commerce. I'm involved with them, and we've had nothing presented to them. I think we owe them the opportunity to hear concerns relative to service. One of the speakers earlier talked about that. I know that, you know, Mr. Mendoza, was there an increase after the approval?
You know, I don't remember, I don't want to go on total record that my recognition is perfect. I remember the household hazardous waste coming up as a 40-cent addition. I don't think that was an increase. I think that was an add-on as a service level. But I can't go on record saying there has been absolutely no increase since the first contract.
Well, I'm, you know, we've cut a contract, the prior council cut a contract that allows them to come and make this request, and that's not abnormal. Obviously, there's economic issues that have occurred during the last 2 years that the thing has been in place. We're seeing it with gasoline that goes down 3 cents, then down 5 cents, and up 8 cents almost overnight. So I know they've had fuel issues. The calculators on table 1 and 2, and even in table 3 that we have in our staff report, really don't specifically justify, in my mind, the request for increase. It kind of fits a formula. And where I'm coming from is that I would like to recommend that we hold this over for at least a 1-month period and hold a public hearing to allow the community to weigh in on any customer service issues. I know that Republic is now purchased Consolidated, and I think that's what they're operating under, is the Republic name. I'm not positive of that, but I've seen smaller bins that are coming out to the residents that are replacing the old Brigham bins that we used to have, and the content, the size of them is smaller. Now, I don't know whether that's adjustable on the rates, but those are some things I think we could have a healthy discussion on. I think the chamber relative to the businesses should have an opportunity to weigh in on this, and at that time, we can better make a decision, I think, on behalf of the constituents that we serve, on whether or not justification has been proven. The agreement, as I said, does allow them to do that. Doesn't mean that we have to. And so I would like to see us postpone action on this and schedule it for a public hearing at our July meeting and allow the public to weigh in, allow the businesses to weigh in, and allow the company to provide us with the information and for lack of a better word, kind of sell us on that process. You know, I've seen the trucks improve. That doesn't come without a cost. The services, you know, you're going to get people that are going to come in and have had issues, whether it's somebody they talk to on the phone or whether it's the drivers. You kind of have to weigh that from the standpoint that there's, you know, a lot of customers involved in the city, and it's not just one or two. But we want to do the right thing economically. We want to do the right thing for the hauler. We have another 2 years, I think, 2.5 years left on the agreement, and I intend to honor the agreement. But I also want to be fair to the residents in the process, and I'm looking for better justification than just simply applying the numbers that we have. And so I'd like to see more from the company relative to what your real costs are, not just the CPI and things of that nature that come along. Because we'd all like a CPI increase in terms of where we are. But that's my position at this particular point.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Gross. Anybody else want to comment? Troy?
No.
I have a question for the attorney. What grounds do we have to refuse the increase?
I'm not really aware of any.
Okay.
The contract calls for, I mean, the only ground that you might have is if CPI really didn't go up by that amount, or if gasoline costs didn't really go up, or tipping costs didn't, then you would have the right to reject a portion of the increase.
Okay.
But the contract, as negotiated 2.5 years ago, permits them to request the increase, and if they justify the figures, there's no discretion on the part of the council to deny it.
Okay, thank you.
Your Honor, may I add a few things? For those of you, again, my name is Sam Hall with Republic Services, and to clarify, Republic Services acquired Consolidated Disposal some years ago, and we've been in the process of slow transition into our Republic name. May I say we are proud to service the city of Los Alamitos and provide one of the most, if not the most competitive rate in Orange County. I think when you look at the basket of services that we provide residents, including curbside collection of household hazardous waste, which I don't know of any other community around here that offers that. You're certainly the only community in our national bank of customers that we provide that service to. You know, we're very proud to also be a sponsor of many community events in the city, including the upcoming 4th of July festivities, as well as Race on the Base and several others. I will say that this rate adjustment, as City Attorney said, is part of our agreement with the city. And really, it's a custom and in line with, just like any other good and service, the price does go up year over year, which is what that CPI is all about. And this falls in line with the CPI and the cost of fuel. And further, some costs that other costs that we don't have control over, which is the cost of disposing at the Orange County landfill system. So I think that you'll find that we are, in fact, bearing some of these increases as we have over the past few years, in that we have frozen rate increases over the last 3 years. And this is the first time since our new agreement that we have come to you in this manner. So I humbly ask that you move forward with the item to approve our adjustment, and I'm here to answer any further questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. So I do have some questions. So Sam, what is the fuel that your trucks are powered by? Diesel, gasoline, or natural gas?
Actually, our collection vehicles are natural gas vehicles.
Oh, okay.
And
Because I was tracking, I went and
you have
back-
some that use diesel, though.
Yeah, I went back and looked at both the price of diesel and the price of gas over a 5-year period, and just did a histogram to see, and it's been relatively stable for both those fuels. Natural gas is a little bit different. That had a drastic price drop from a few years ago. So if your trucks are powered by natural gas, I think you're getting to my, I'd go back and look, but I think that you're getting probably a windfall on gas. So I, like Councilmember Gross, I think we'd want a better explanation of some of the fee increases. The tipping costs I can understand. I think that there were some rates that we locked in. We were sort of proactive. The council that before I was elected was proactive in locking in some of those rates, and I think there are some adjustments there. But I think that I favor what Councilmember Gross says. I think we would like to have you come back next month. There's probably a bunch of questions we might want to ask you, and it'd probably be best to work that through our staff over here to get those two consolidated, and perhaps it'd be a better explanation. But my questions would be, the fuel costs that you're saving on natural gas are tremendous over gasoline and diesel. And then, historically, the rates have gone down. I think we're reaching this point in our society where natural gas, although it's somewhat stabilized, it is on a little bit of an uptick, but it's still better than it was a few years ago. So that would be where I'd come from in terms of, but that's only a minor component of your fee increase anyways.
Yeah, it's 0.09%.
Yeah, I know. So it's really the other costs, but still, while things go up, if you're realizing some savings on energy costs, I would think that you'd want to factor that into your escalation as well, right? To bring those into savings. And I remember one thing that was said to me by the former, a couple city managers ago, is that in your industry, and I know in my industry, what we look at is forecasting out and escalating these kind of things to build it into our rates. So I really want to believe that in the 5 years, because you're not even talking 10 years, in the 5 years, you kind of had a good sense of what was going to escalate in terms of fuel costs, and you have a model that kind of tells you what those are. So not that we get a peek inside your model, but there'll be, I think, I would like to see additional justification for these numbers, and I think that's, we'll see what the motion is over here.
I'd just like to clarify one other thing, because I wasn't on the council when the agreement was passed, but I followed the agreement very closely while it was coming in and then through the litigation process. And, for me as a resident, I'm appreciative of all that Republic has done for the community and the cooperative working relationships. In my mind, I think the agreement that we got was the best possible agreement for the citizens. There was a lot of hashing back and forth that $6 million was left on a table, and having been in business for 30-plus years at this particular point, the best price isn't always the lowest bid. And so I don't have any dispute with the pricing on that. In fact, our Table 5 comparison shows that on a residential rate, we're still lowest in the county except for Irvine. And so we have a good deal. And I'm not opposed to discussing that. And Mr. City Attorney, as I read the agreement that they have, it says they have the right to come in and request it. It doesn't mandate us that we shall agree with that. One of the things that on my notes here that concern me the most is that this process started on the 22nd of April. Could have started the 22nd of March, 20th of February. You're coming to us today and you're asking for the rate increase to be effective 13 days from now. And I just don't think that's fair from the standpoint of giving adequate time to the public to respond and react to it. We very well could go along with the rate increase that's asked for today. In prior years when Brigham was involved, I recall a circumstance where they came in for a rate increase, and I stood up at the podium and I said, "You're approving a rate increase, and I have a bill that I received 2 days ago with that rate increase already in it. So how are you approving something that they already transitioned this month, presumptive that the council was going to give it?" And that was stopped. And so I want to be fair to the customer in the process of what we're doing. Again, I want you to understand, I'm appreciative of all of the things that you guys do in the community, because if everybody realized the different events, the different activities that you subsidize, it is tremendous, and it's appreciated from the standpoint, I think, of the entire city. But I want to do this right, and I don't want to be faced with additional concerns from the standpoint of citizens. Let's air it out on the table. Let's everybody get involved with what they want to do, and then we make decisions based on the figures that you guys present to us. I would like a little bit better justification of some of this, and I think that's doable. Councilmember Mejia talked about you have your own landfill, but the city said you're going to have to go through the county. You know, what have the increases been? What are the projected increases going down? Those are fees that we really don't have any control over, and I think they're probably justifiable. But I think the public has a right to understand all of that through a healthy discussion. So that's where I'm coming from.
Okay, thank you. I'll just open this up for public comment. Does any member of the public wish to speak on this item? You'd be limited to 3 minutes to talk about this. If you've already spoke, please come forward. If you've already spoke, I would ask that you just refrain from speaking. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know quite a few people, and my name is Carmen De Leon, and I live in 4612 Howard Street, Los Alamitos. Since 1964, I live in this town. And I am a widow now, and I don't find a reason why they increasing, because I find that on the street more trash than they do now, than they pick. That's all what I want to say, because all of us, we pay all the gasoline and all those things. Mm-hmm. So some people, they could pay. Some people, we have to force to do it like me. I'm not begging for nothing. I am a regular citizen. And that's all my opinion, sir, and the rest of the people.
Thank you.
And thank you if they take up my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you much, and have a good night. This is my son Leonard.
Okay, any other members of the public wish to speak? Okay, let's go ahead and close public comment, and we'll bring it back to the council. Is there a motion? Do you care to make a motion?
I'd like to move that we reschedule this for our July meeting, and that we schedule it as a public hearing to allow more input from the contractor as well as input from the residents and businesses.
Mayor, are you going to open it back up for comment? The first part was questions. If we have further, now that we've heard the public input, I'd like to be able to have an opportunity to go through it a little bit further.
Okay, so can we wait and see if we have a second? If not, then.
Sure.
Okay, so is there a second to this? And we'll have comments.
Sure.
Then. Is there a second to the motion to reschedule to July?
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a second. So we have a motion, a second, and then we'll bring it back to the council for comment. And Troy, you want to go ahead and go first?
Just a couple things. To be quite honest, I don't think that continuing to another time is going to be that helpful. And I think just to be respectful, I was one of the original council members that was up here that actually voted for this. I understand all the information, all the pricing. You have the right to ask. We have the right to say no. And I don't think we should perpetuate. I don't think you have the support for the votes up here. And I just would hate to see you spend more money to go through a goat rope and then end up at the very end that you're still not going to get your rate increase. Like Dean, I'm very appreciative of everything you've done in the community. You've guaranteed our point of sale amounts. You went through a lot of us, some of us that were up here that faced folks that actually sued the city, like J.M. Ivler, with numbers that they really can't substantiate. And it'll go down in history for the next 10 years. There's two sides of that, and I'll continue to say they can't substantiate the numbers. But the bottom line is some of us, including Marilyn Poe, who I talked to about this over the last week, really find it unbelievable that Consolidated would come back and even ask, after the personal political capital we expended to be able to vote on something that we thought was the right thing to do, regardless of the politics. If you look at Table 5 in this chart, just as a reminder to the community, because I'm going to take one more opportunity to inform the community. On Table 5, it talks about rate comparison. everybody that's at home or watching it in here that isn't looking specifically at the report, let me just read out a couple numbers, and I just want you to remember what we pay. We pay $12.40 a month, right? Approximately. That's how much our residential payment is, $12.40. So here's a list of what other cities pay. Cypress, $18.52. Fountain Valley, $18.16. Huntington Beach, $18.96. Garden Grove, $20.46. $20. They use the same company we're using. They're right next door. They pay $8 a month more than we do. La Palma, $16.55. Remember, we pay $12.40. Seal Beach, $17.69. Stanton, $21.09. Almost $10 more than us a month. Westminster, $14.75. The only city listed in this staff report that pays less than us, pays 1 penny less, and that's Irvine, because they have a contract in place that says no matter what happens in Orange County, if anybody gets a lower contract, we actually get ours automatically reduced 1 cent lower, so we'll always be the lowest. I'll go back and make my point one more time that the city of Los Alamitos got the best trash contract that they could have gotten, and the 3 council members, or 4, that actually supported that contract gave you the lowest rates you could possibly get in Orange County, bar living in Irvine. Sam, to you and Consolidated, you guys have done a great job supporting the community. Honestly, you know, in the customer satisfaction, we're supposed to be getting a report based on the contract of how this contract is being administered, how many customer service complaints, what are some of the business issues. To be quite honest, and since we're at a discussion and it's an open public forum, I am concerned that we don't get a lot of the public information back to us in the status reports. Maybe the staff does, and I'm just going to use as an example, this letter dated April 22nd. I don't know about the other council members. This staff report came to me last week, Wednesday. This was the first time that I seen it, and it was on the consent calendar. It bothers me. I don't know what is going on communication-wise. If it was really received by the city, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier, which is I'm going to give the staff a huge amount of leeway because we're going through a little bit of a transition staff-wise. Greg's he's doing a great job, interim city manager. We've got stuff going on, but the reality is, I've seen this myself, and I was actually probably as infuriated as some of the folks that came up and talked. It has nothing to do with the service or anything like that. It's just communication-wise. I'd like to see better communication in the statistics. You know, the one case study that was provided by the lady that got up from Ticonderoga, that's a horrible story. I'd like to know more context to that story. I also am, and I think this entire council is smart enough to not draw conclusions based on one data point for 12,000 people that get this service and the businesses. But just like that point can be over-amplified and could really shed a negative light on what I think you guys have done that's positive in the community. So I would ask for a balanced perspective, and I think that happens if you follow the contract to be able to provide at least a quarterly or a biannual review of what is the status of the contract, what have you guys done in the community, what are some of the customer service complaints? And, and also just as a follow-up, would really like to know more about a couple of those case studies that were provided. When was that? Was that after the contract first happened in, 3 years ago? Was that just recently? I could see how somebody be really offended if it just happened and they were asking for rate increase. So I want to be balanced. Honestly, Consolidated, Sam, you're here as a representative. I don't think we should waste your time giving you more action items when up here, I just don't think you have the votes. And I think at this point, you ride the contract out to the end of the 5 years. You see, at that point, you'd be in a better position. As some of the people have said, if you don't want to do the business here, move on. If you do, take it for another 2 or 3 years or, whatever. I think we would just send you through 3 or 4 more months of pain. And in the end, it's going to have the same result. The people in the community that might even appreciate that aren't showing up to tell you how much they appreciate it. So again, the other side's going to get over amplified. And again, I think with this, and I hate to be the negative guy tonight, but I just can't support the motion on the floor. I just as soon just vote no and get it over with. So that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Edgar. Any other comments from the council here? So we have Mayor Pro Tem?
Just for clarification purposes, and I'm sure someone will go after me to weigh in on this. The $6.5 million more than the lowest responsible bidder came from our agenda. So that number, as far as I am concerned, is real, unless, of course, staff made a mistake, and it was never changed over the duration of the time. So I don't believe that to be the case. You know, there's been talk about how we're very low, but here's the fact of the matter. What if we could pay less? We've had people stand up here tonight, Mrs. De Leon, saying, I'm struggling, I'm a widow, I need help. And if at the time this contract was agreed upon, we could have gotten a lesser amount. I think that that's our job as council members, is to protect the community. I will tell you that even if we went with the lowest responsible bidder, I don't believe the service would be any greater or any less. And I am confident that if they came to us for increases over the 5 years, it would not amount to the $6.5 million above what they were, the Consolidated is getting. So I don't think those increases would be anywhere close, and we would still be paying less. Just a point of interest, was he a Superior Court judge? Yes. Judge Banks? Oh. Judge Banks. Superior Court judge found the city to be guilty for not following our own ordinance, which is to go with the lowest responsible bidder. This is not to point fingers. This is just points of clarification for those of you who took the time to come down. You understand where we're coming from. To me, this looks like a hidden tax. And what it did is they're speaking about all the wonderful things that Republic/Consolidated did for us, but those monies were built in the $6.5 million more we were paying. So in essence, it's a hidden tax that you're paying for the outreach, which is $280,000. The 4th of July, I think they give $15,000, which is part of that 280. That's an outreach amount that was set aside to get out the word for Republic. I just think that, like Dean said, we don't need to rehash this, but I felt it's my responsibility, since Troy made some very specific comments, that you see both sides of the spectrum. And I will tell you, I do believe that we could have been paying less, and that it's an unfortunate situation, but I will tell you all, when this new contract comes up, be informed, be involved, and let the council know what you want, because we can go with the lowest responsible bidder. One of the things the judge said is, in our ordinances, it talks about professional service agreements, that they can choose to go with somebody above the lowest responsible bidder. He said that trash pickup is not a profession. No disrespect to the trashmen, because without them, as the lady was saying, we'd be in deep trouble with all the trash building up in our backyards. I just want you all to take this as a lesson and an opportunity to pay attention when this contract comes up in a couple of years. Mayor, that's all.
Okay, City Attorney, you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I just want to clarify one thing, that the letter that came into the city on April 22nd, I'm responsible for a good part of the delay in in finalizing the staff report, because I was asked to, and I did look into the extent of notice that was required. I negotiated with attorneys for Consolidated, and that took several weeks. So don't blame staff for that. Blame me. I apologize for it. It just took some time, as well as researching it legally, which Consolidated paid for.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
I just want to add one more point, so that the people that are listening have an understanding. The residential rate is proposed to go up 2.57%, which is an amount of 31 cents a month. It'll change the rate to $12.51. The commercial rate is scheduled to go up . Well, I've got 5 or 6 different charts here. You know, it's 2.46%, and again, the actual increase per month is rather minimal in comparison. We're dealing more with the specifics of the process, I think, than we're dealing with the exact amounts, at least from the concerns that I have. And Troy, I don't know how crystal ball you are that you don't think that the votes are up here. That wasn't my point to push this thing off. I just feel that we owe the citizens and the businesses an opportunity to provide us with more information. And I like the idea of better communication. So with that, I'll end my discussion.
Thank you. So I'll go, and I guess I don't want to look too far in the future. I think it's fair to the residents. I think it's fair to the businesses. I think it's fair to CDS to have one more turn of the crank on this one. I'm not sure I favor that what Councilmember Edgar says, that it's a decided deal. I think I would like to hear the information, and it's not to put you through the ringer, Sam, or Consolidated, but I think there's questions that come up. I think if we can explain it to the public and to the businesses, and I'll be honest, the businesses are the ones that I'm kind of worried about on this one, because I think they're paying a higher rate compared to other ones. While the residents enjoy a relatively competitive rate, I look at what the businesses are paying, and with that increase, I think that's where the Chamber of Commerce can come in and add some, I'll say, some input to us to see how we might want to weigh on this. So I kind of will, there's a motion here to bring it on to next month. I think it'll be kind of optional then. It's to you if you want to still go forward with that based on all the things you've heard, and with Councilmember Edgar's kind of viewpoint saying write it up for the next 5 years. So with that,
I'd like to rescind my second, because I agree with Troy. If there's an option for us to say no to this, that's why I asked the attorney. I'd rather go that way. I voted no on the contract initially, and I wouldn't have supported it tonight. And if we have that option, I don't see why we would delay.
Okay, so we have a motion, no second. Is there any second for this motion to?
Can we ask the city attorney to clarify again? Could you restate your opinion about the contract?
The
The increase. Is it contractually in there that they can have the increase, or do we have to approve the increase? If they prove their numbers, do they get the increase?
It's contractually in there that they are entitled to request an increase. The council, the contract or the franchise agreement does not specifically say that the council is required to grant the increase.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion hanging. No second. If there's no second, the motion dies. Okay, do we have another motion?
I'll make a motion to not go with the recommended action with, and no fee increase.
Could you just restate the motion again?
To not go with the staff's recommended action and to not provide Consolidated with a fee increase.
To deny it. To deny it? Okay, so we have a motion to deny the request for fee increase. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and second that. So we have a motion to deny the fee increase with a second by myself. Any further discussion on this? So the motion is to deny the fee increase. So let's put it to a, can we do a roll call vote, Wendy, on this one? Just make sure we get everyone's vote.
Councilmember Edgar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gross?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
Yes.
Mayor Kusamoto?
Yes. Okay, so there we have it. The fee increase is denied. Sam, I guess we won't put you the ringer on this one, so apologies for that. Okay, next item that was pulled on the consent calendar is amendment number 1. It's item E, amendment number 1 PSA with Doug Wood. Could we have the staff report?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, this is a continuation of services, professional services agreement with Doug Wood to provide services related to LATV. He has provided dependable service to the city since May 2011. The City Council approved a 1-year contract last year with him to manage the services to the administration of LATV and broadcasting the City Council meetings. This report requests City Council approval of a 1-year extension, leaving all the terms of the professional services agreement the same. Hourly compensation to remain at $25 per hour. And his services are approximately $1,600 per month for LATV operations and approximately $250 per meeting for broadcasting. This is an ongoing expense and has been adequately budgeted for.
Okay, with that, questions of the council? Questions, comments? Dean, you had this pulled?
Yep.
Do you have something?
I pulled it involved in specifically regarding the prior action on the payment. I'm concerned more with the process than the agreement that we have. This was approved apparently on April 16th of last year, yet we paid bills tonight back to the 1st of April to January of April 2012. I've asked the question on supervision. I have copies of all of the invoices that were submitted. And I have, this comes out of two different pots. One pot comes out of the LATV fund from their PEG. The other pot comes from the general fund, and it's an hourly rate. When you look at the amount that's coming out of the LATV fund, invoice-wise, it just says broadcast services. Now, the agreement does cover a variety of services that may provide, but my understanding is that that's also based on an hourly, not to exceed, because it's an approximate amount of $1,600 a month. And when we look at the invoices, that's what we're being billed, is the 64 hours, but there's nothing reflecting what services the city is receiving or what services we're receiving coming out of the LATV funds. So I'm just concerned that we don't have the right oversight, that we don't have the right reporting process to execute this kind of an agreement. There was a secondary attachment, Exhibit A, which shows the policies and procedures from LATV, which was last approved November 16th, 2009. And so throughout all of this process, we seem to have just compounded where we were going. I know that the city manager prior to our current interim city manager coming in was the one responsible for a lot of that, and had producers and others coming to the city manager. Quite frankly, I would have been opposed to the city manager at her fee level to be administering this thing, quite frankly. And it's been dumped, maybe that's not the right word, but it does sounds like a good word at this particular point, on our finance director, who, in my discussions with him, really has no experience or expertise in TV production. And so we're getting bills that have no oversight. And I'm not even sure that, our earlier action kind of took care of 18 months worth of invoicing, but do we set a policy in terms of how this is going to happen, or do we just rely on staff to do this when we have people that are in charge that don't really know what they're looking at? And the bills that are coming in are just flat bills that really don't reflect work provided or what specifically was expected to be done in that particular month. I'm not questioning the individual. I'm not questioning realistically. It's a process thing that I'm concerned with here. So I'll listen to the other members of the council, and they can hopefully give us some direction. I'm open on what we do.
Okay. Richard, anything?
Well, I'm for approving the contract, but we could review the bills in a much better manner than we have. I mean, I really can't complain about somebody who doesn't bill us for 18 months. It's I'd like to change financial positions, I think, but I'm for the contract. I think he does a great job, but would like to see, and that just might be part of our LATV discussion that's to come down the road, as to how we're going to proceed with LATV, and I'd like to see it in that context.
Okay.
But as for the contract itself, I would be for it.
Jerry?
Yes, I agree a lot with what Richard was saying and with Dean. I think that it's our responsibility to be able to track the work that's been done, and I think that Doug's done a great job. I'm for the proposed agreement, and just ask staff to come up with something for us that gives us a better tracking ability, both for hours and what's done in those hours. And we're not looking to put extra effort on their part, but we do have to justify it to the residents. So, you know, a policy that's in place or that you can bring to us that we can vote on, as Richard said, in the appropriate time to address this item.
Okay.
Or anything?
Yeah, this is the Doug Wood City Council meeting, but Doug, I think you've done a great job. The only thing I guess I would add is we have a LATV commission, and we ought to send this to the commission and ask them to take this up and to come back with a recommendation. To Dean's point is, somebody that can actually validate the work. We got a lot of really good commissioners, and a lot of people that got voted on there by or appointed by this council was because they knew LATV, they knew television and production. So I would vote to approve this, and I would also hope that ancillary action would be to send it to the LATV commission. And I already took my pound of flesh earlier, so I don't have anything else on that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go, and before you ask for a motion. So on this one, I think it's kind of easy. So I'm not sure that whoever provides from the staff standpoint oversight from a supervisorial kind of perspective, but the beauty of this kind of job is at the end of the production that the operator, Mr. Wood in this case, does, there's a timestamp on there. So we do know how much time he does spend. And then there's got to be a factor that says how much time it takes to render it and make it available on the server. So I think that's just to be a rule of thumb. So I think that I would look at anyone on city manager staff to be able to look at the timestamp and come up with the factor and validate that the time was as billed. And I think it's probably that easy. So while I would tend to agree with something like this goes to the city or to the Cable TV Commission, I don't know that this is a thing. I think it's really, we're looking at the city manager, how you run the operations, and if you just come back with a policy that this is how it's done, I think that'll be fine. So I don't I don't sense there's an issue with the contract letting it out. I think the mechanics of validating, verifying, I think is just really that piece of it. But I just have my ideas. I think that you'll have to come back and show us how it should be done. So with that, I'll ask for a motion on this one. Dean, did you want to make the motion? I'm just for Bull.
Richard, you pulled it. You pulled it.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve the services contract with Doug Wood.
Thank
Second.
you. Motion is second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Okay. It passes. All right, next item. Let's see. Is it F? And this is, okay. Troy, you pulled F?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, you want to go ahead and?
Yeah,
well,
just.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Let's go for staff.
Thank you.
For it. Thanks.
This is on the
Notice of completion. Of the Old Town East and West.
Okay, so I would ask for the city engineer on this one. Would that be Dave Hunt, please?
Mayor and members of the City Council, this staff report is on approval of the notice of completion for Old Town East and West. The street improvement project was completed in May by Sequel Contractors. The project consisted of upgrading handicap ramps, sidewalks, curb and gutter, street improvements, cross gutters, and other various little improvements in the Old Town West and East project. The contract was completed for $401,859. There was $61,000 in there of contingency that was used. It was below the budget that we had set aside. There was contingency items that were used for several reasons. Half of it was for the asphalt quantities in the street. Those typically run a little bit higher than what the bid item is because the contractor typically puts an extra quarter-inch out there and that adds money to it. The other items in there is we did have some groundwater issues right across from the school when we did the curb and gutter and the cross gutter replacement. We had to remove about 3 feet of soil that was not compacted. You could put a stick and just push it right through about 3 feet down. So we knew that, and that's why we asked for an additional 10% contingency in the area. Other jobs we have asked that, we have not used it, and this one we had to use that to stabilize it so that it was going to get used. We also, Tony and I walked the site out there and actually added some extra sidewalks in the area as far as that were some trip hazards and stuff. We had the contractor out there. I had some budget in there. We said, let's take care of that. in this time. So with that, I will, and the purpose of this is to, if you approve this, and then we can release the 5% contingency after it gets recorded 35 days later.
Okay, so back to council. Questions of staff on this item?
Yeah, a couple questions. So I pulled this item because of the change order amount specifically. So, it's a $340,000 job with $60,000 of change orders. You did a great job of explaining, the discretion that we provided you at the policy level. Most of the times when we approve projects like this, we approve a 10% contingency, and we pray to God that it doesn't need to be used. And this time we approved it, and we bumped it up by another 10%, and then we used it all. I just want you to know the council's watching every time you do that, and you guys did a good job. I'm also would be quite honest, I'm curious from Councilmember Gross's perspective, since this was in his area, and I'm interested in the feedback he's gotten in his community from whether they feel the job is done or not. But I would just say, when we miss a number by 20% for whatever reasons, my feeling of confidence that these bids are accurate concerns me. And I would just tell you, you'll get this approved tonight, but the next time I think I'm going to be a little bit more, have more scrutiny. I think, if I really wanted to get into it, I probably would have went back to the bids when these people bid and see if the other bidders actually put this in their bid and they just left it out. And then they ended up, winning the bid on the lowest bid, and then they got us through change orders. But I honestly, I don't want to get into that level of detail. I'm just saying, credibility-wise, when we hit a 20% of a project in change orders, it's concerning to me for all the right reasons that you did it. I totally agree, and I'd move to approve. But I'd also be interested from Councilmember Gross's perspective, since he was in ground zero there. Dean, do you have any comments on this, since it's in your area?
This was originally approved more than 10 years ago.
Are we just paying it now?
And we're just
Gotta work on that
paying it now. They ran into contaminated soil on the very north end of Oak, and managed to put that contaminated soil on the property that Jerry was referring to during the earlier session. I won't mention the name because I don't want to get them upset again. But we've gone through engineers, and every time we've had a new engineer, I've said, what about the finish of the project? To answer your question specifically, the input I've had has been positive. I think staff has gone above and beyond. There was grass that was taken up in a lot of areas. My wife decided to kill our entire lawn and replace the entire thing in the process. But everything looks good now. The main issue was drainage, and staff acknowledged that drainage was a problem, so we haven't had a rain, so I think at this particular point, it's good.
Okay, great. Well, I made a motion to move it, so.
Second.
Can I make a comment?
Okay, we have, we have a motion by Councilmember Egger, second by Councilmember Murphy, and you have a comment?
Yes.
So.
I just wanted to say a special thank you to Dave and Tony. I have a gal who lives over there, lots of family members in that area. They've been here since, the beginning of time. And they are so appreciative for the great work that you did and the improvements to the driveways. I've gotten nothing but compliments on what you have done. I will say there is the one part on the green belt she brought to my attention that in front of some of the homes it's been killed. I don't know if dirt was put on top of it. Are we going to be able to address that for them?
The Public Works crew actually has gone out a few cases and actually cleaned up some of the stuff to make sure they grow. I mean, the contractor in their bids, they reseed it and they do that.
Okay.
So a couple people complained. Tony went out there with some sod and some other stuff, and he's trying to clean it,
Right.
He goes the extra mile for that.
He absolutely does, and he's responded to this person. I passed the phone number on. You called. You were attentive. They have nothing but the greatest things to say about you, and I wanted to at least give both of you the credit for the great job before we moved it.
Okay, so we have a motion, a second. Any other comments? Okay, with that, we'll put it to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? None. So it passes unanimously. The last item on the consent calendar that was pulled was G, the amendment to the PSA with traffic signal maintenance. We have a staff report?
Yes, Mayor and Council will call on our city engineer, Dave Hunt, one more time.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and City Council members. This is an amendment to a professional services agreement for traffic signal maintenance service. Computer Science Company has been providing this for 3 years, and there's an option in their contract to extend it for 2 one-year extensions if desired by us. And we would like to do that, and it's a simple extension at this time. So, anyway.
Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I spoke with Dave earlier about this. I wanted the residents of this community to know that, Dave, all of our lights are LEDs except for the yellows. Is that correct?
Yes, and the yellows have been replaced to LEDs once they burn out.
Right,
But
okay.
there's some that are out there.
And if I understand, the benefit to the LEDs is that they last longer so that you're not replacing them, and also the saves on staff time because they're not having to go out as frequently to replace us. Is that correct?
The main benefit is they cost less in energy
Right.
consumption.
Okay. My understanding, luckily my husband is in this industry, and he says that also the time that it takes to go out and replace those, you would imagine to be very short, but it takes quite a while. So it saves in staff time, not only energy. So I just wanted to pull that. The one thing I would like to ask regarding this is that some of the signals look pretty shabby, and I shared that with you earlier, Dave. He told me that the maintenance, Tony, is done by them with regards to repainting those faces of those. They're looking kind of bad, so maybe if we can have a special note for them to make sure that they can bring those up to standard, that would be great.
I spoke to him about 6 weeks ago, and we're in the process right now.
Great. Do you know how long that process is going to take citywide?
Not off the top of my head, but
Are we talking 6 months, 2 months, 1 month?
it's going to take probably 6 months. We're going to
Okay.
start and go by intersection
Great.
as budget allows.
Perfect. Great. Thank you so much. That's all I have, Mayor. Make a motion to move it.
So we have a motion motion a second, motion by Mayor Pro Tem, second by Councilmember Edgar. Any other questions, comments? Okay, for the vote, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?
Mayor,
Okay.
request a break.
Okay, so we will take a 10-minute recess, be back here at 8:25. We're going to go ahead and get started again. Thank you. Bring this meeting back to order. Thank you. Okay, next up on the agenda is item 9, public hearing, and 9A would be the first one. It is a zoning ordinance amendment to change the code concerning convenience store / mini marts. City Manager, can we have the report, please?
Yes, I'll ask our Community Development Director to make this presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is one of those rare items that start with the council, goes through commission, and comes back to a city council. The city council had originally requested that the planning commission review our municipal code as it relates to grocery stores, food markets, and convenience stores. There's some ambiguities in the code that came up when 7-Eleven had applied over on Ball and Bloomfield. The city council asked the planning commission to clear some of this up. The planning commission concluded that adding the term mini mart to the term convenience store and then allowing these uses to be permitted in all commercial industrial zoning districts through a CUP would solve that confusion. And I don't want to kind of dwell on something, but allowing a convenience store and a mini market in those areas isn't the same as allowing it to be 24 hours or allowing alcohol. Those are separate levels of approval that aren't represented in here. So by saying that those uses are allowed doesn't necessarily mean it would not be reviewed for its merits on the 24-hour 24-hour operational level and then the alcohol level as well. That would still require its own special hearing to come before the Planning Commission on its own merits. But the Planning Commission has done their job. They've cleaned up the code. They're passing a recommendation to the City Council that the City Council approve the zoning ordinance amendments, open the public hearing, take any public testimony necessary, and then this would come back to you at a later date for second reading if it's approved tonight.
Okay, so back to the council here. Any questions of staff on this item? Okay, so I'll go ahead and open this up for public hearing. Any members of the public wish to speak on this item? And seeing none, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And the next item is that, what do we do, ask for a motion on this one, Wendy?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Councilmember Edgar for the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, and now we have to,
I can read the title, or
if you would, yeah, if you wouldn't mind reading title for me.
title of ordinance number 1302, entitled, "An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Los Alamitos, California, approving zoning ordinance amendment 13-01 to amend the Los Alamitos Municipal Code Section 17.10.020 and 17.76.020 regarding convenience store/mini mart regulations citywide."
Thank you. So to vote for the council here, all those in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None?
Does this require a second reading?
Yes.
Okay, so motion passes. On to item B. It's another public hearing. It is consideration for modifying schedule of fee pertaining to the use of facilities and approving the new facility use policy and procedures, rules and guidelines. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, this matter was discussed from my earliest knowledge of having an orientation. When I was doing the orientation with the retiring city manager, we attended the school district board meeting, and they had a presentation, and then, as you know, there was a joint meeting with you on the city council. There's also been working committee meetings with staff that we have on a monthly basis, and members of the school district, and then also with Councilmember Gross and Mayor Pro Tem Mejia attend those. And we have in the audience tonight, as you know, school board member Diana Hill, who's worked very, very diligently and tirelessly on this and has attended many of the meetings. And as we've heard, she's been a parent at some of these sports. I also found out during my time here, I met with a AYSO district representative early on, that there hadn't been increases for 10 going on 11 years. And during this, the first meeting that I had with this individual, he talked about splitting it, and because initially it was going to be one charge only, and then it was there was some discussion on having it this summer, maybe this fall. So it's really been a process, not to mention that it went through the Parks and Recreation Commission times, also the Sports Board, which is a great organization here in Los Alamitos that probably a lot of cities do not have. There's always been the discussion about the level of wanting the fields and the quality of the fields to be improved, and about establishing a capital improvement fund. And so ultimately, through the input of all the groups, and then we attended the school board meeting, and the superintendent, as she was making her presentation, talked about that, and it talked about splitting it. And we had heard it might be 4 years from the original 1 year to 2 years, and then she mentioned 5 years, and we saw kind of a buy-in. We saw head shaking, and there was some there was a good representation there, and it seemed to be very productive. It's been a very unique experience, I really feel, and it seems like it's been a very, very positive, and the community can really look forward to a lot of good things for sports, for youth and adult sports in the years to come. But I'll call on our Park and Rec Director, Corey Lakin, to finalize the presentation, talking about how the school board met, and also Parks and Recreation, and ultimately lately it's been voted on unanimously. So Corey, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager. Thank you, council members, for allowing the public hearing tonight. To save a little bit of time, we're not going to go all the way back through the entire 7-page report, but I would like to hit mainly on some of the attachments, if you wouldn't mind. Attachment 3 describes our community outreach timeline dating back to April and May of 2008. There were several times that a fee increase of some sort had been mentioned to the Community Youth Sports Board groups and users of the fields. There was original proposals brought back in 2008 that would have asked users to pay $10 per hour for the use of the field fee. These fees at that time were not implemented. It was not taken back to the council for a decision. In July of 2008, PRZ consultant was hired by both the school district as well as the city council to make recommendations on how the fields can be improved. Fast forwarding to April of 2009, these findings were presented to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission, later to the Community Youth Sports Board, and eventually to the City Council and the School Board. Fast forwarding a few more years, in August through October, the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission were provided with several staff reports, consecutive months, informing them about the current practices and policies for the fields and in preparation for the upcoming changes. The Community Youth Sports Board in October was further informed that facility fee changes were pending and were currently being researched and developed. The Los Alamitos Unified School District Board of Education hosted a workshop in February of this year on the facility fees, and in March the City Council and the Board of Education had a joint meeting regarding the fees, at which time in February actually was the first time the actual fees were made public. In April, it was taken to the Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts Commission for a workshop. It was also provided information to the Community Youth Sports Board. In May, again, it was brought back to the commission, and in June, for a third time, it was brought back to the commission. And I can say that between all of those discussions, the discussions that both the city manager, myself, and school board members, as well as the superintendent, have had with a number of the groups, the main concern for a lot of these organizations was the capital improvement fee, less to no concern with the hourly increase. And with the school board's approval of the 5-year CIP extension rather than just all at one time, like the city manager said, everybody seemed to be in agreement. I can't say 100% because I haven't gotten buy-in from everybody. I haven't had a conversation from every organization, but no one seems to have continued to voice any opposition to this. So that I will take you to attachment 4, where it actually breaks down both on an organizational level and an individual level the financial impact that the new fee schedule will have on the Community Youth Sports Board organizations. Now, we're not taking into account the Group 3, what we newly would consider Group 3 for-profit organizations and other organizations that do utilize our field, mainly because they're a very small percentage of our users. The main users is this Community Youth Sports Board group. And as you can tell by here, yes, the numbers do look very large. There were information floating about hundreds of % increase, but the bottom line comes down to the individual impact. If as a parent of let's say an AYSO child, currently based on their current practices, they rent X number of fields, X number of weeks, X number of days for their parents to participate in, and currently based on their current registration, $4.14 of their registration goes to pay for their current field fees. In 2014, starting January 1 of 2014, so at this point we would be giving them just over 6 months notice to implement these fees. They have not started taking registration for the spring, so they have already taken registration for the fall, and that's the reason to push it back to the spring. it will go up by $8.11 per participant per season. That includes not only the hourly increase going from what they would pay for a large soccer field at $3 an hour to $9 an hour, but it will also include the per head fee. So each participant, AYSO has approximately 2,500 participants. Each participant, they probably have about half of that, a little bit more than half of that, maybe 1,500 they have in the fall and about 1,000 in the spring. So each of those would pay the $4 per head per person fee. And again, so coming back, it goes from $4.14 to $12.25 per person. So the idea of this was to not have it impact everybody all at once, spanning it out over the course of 5 years. And as you can see, will incrementally go up per organization, per person, either $4 per person or $2.50 per person each year after that until 2018. Attachment 2 is a very lengthy document that goes into all of the policies and procedures. This is not a new document, but it is a revised document. Our old document had a number of bits of old language, and this new document provides for new language and new trends for different types of usage on the field. Back in 2002, we never knew that food trucks were going to be so hot, and that organizations would want them to be present and that they would be parked on a field. So now we've tried to remedy those types of things and encourage include them in this document along with other trends. The goal of this is to look at this a couple of times during the year, because it does include a CPI increase. So for the hourly field rental will include a CPI in order to not wait another 11 years to have to revisit and wait all that time and watch the fields go down. There is an impact to this. The fiscal impact is based on current facility usage, registration, and organizational habits. It's anticipated that revenues will increase by approximately $21,000 annually to help offset the nearly $55,000 in additional expenditures. $24,000 of that will be raised in field improvement fund for the first year, $48,000 in the second year, $72,000 in the third, $96,000 in the fourth, and $120,000 in the fifth, based on this current amount. And that money is being recommended to set aside into a new capital improvement fund to be used only for field improvements for the future. The revenues and expenditures for the fiscal year 2013 have not included this information, but will be brought back to the City Council at the mid-year budget, as there are some additional analysis that needs to be completed based upon the individual joint use agreements with the school district, and making sure that we can get a better sense from the different organizations on what their habits will be in order to have a more accurate reflection of the financial implications. And I know that's a lot of information. I know the packet was very thick, but I'd be happy to entertain any questions that you might have.
Okay, so back to the council. Any questions of staff on this item? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up for public hearing. Public comments on this item. Any member of the public wish to speak about this item? And seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. And back here, is there a motion to adopt this resolution?
I'll make the motion to adopt the resolution.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Mejia and a second by Councilmember Edgar.
Just all in favor.
Oh, all in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? None, so.
Register me as an aye.
Okay, with that, the next item, so it passes unanimously. The next item is
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I just have 1 second? And just, this was maybe the greatest example of our community coming together, and we should note that and thank the school board, Corey, Ron, the commissioners, the sports board, and all the concerned citizens who got together and worked out a compromise solution. Because 2 months ago, this room would have been full of 100 of our finest Little Leaguers in uniform protesting this fees and ready to storm the gate. And the 2 months in between, everybody did a phenomenal job to get this to us where there's not even one public comment. And I just want to thank everybody involved in this.
Thank you for pointing that out. Appreciate you bringing it up. Okay, next item, public hearing again, 9C. It is the adoption of the City of Los Alamitos fiscal year 2013-14 annual operating and capital improvement program budget. May we have the report, please?
Yes, Mayor and City Council, the recommendation is to open the public hearing on the proposed annual operating and capital improvement program budget and to adopt the resolution. And at this time, I will call on our Finance Director, Josh Brooks, to present the staff report.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. This is a public hearing to discuss the City of Los Alamitos fiscal year 2013-14 operating and capital improvement plan budget. In preparation for this budget, the council has held 4 public budget study sessions. At the first study session on May 6th, we discussed the general fund operating budget in great detail. At the second study session on May 21st, the CIP, our capital improvement program, and other fund budgets were reviewed. Budget study sessions were also held on June 3rd and June 11 to provide council with additional information on requested follow-up items. The general fund operating budget is balanced and shows a slight surplus of $27,397 at this time. Additionally, for fiscal year 2013-14, the proposed budget includes the expenditure of general fund designations towards several projects, including the Business and Residential Improvement Program, the Community Spending Priorities Program, the General Plan Update, the Los Alamitos Boulevard Revitalization, and the Joint Forces Training Base Pool Capital Improvements. The budget also provides for $95,000 from the city's unassigned fund balance to pay for the city's share of the new school resource officer. One bit of good news we heard earlier tonight is that the Aquatics Foundation has generously donated $40,000 to help fund needed repairs at the pool. These funds will be used to offset some of the proposed spending of fund balance to repair the pool. Also, staff calculated the GAN appropriation limit. The appropriations limitation imposed by Proposition 4 in 1979 to restrict state spending. It establishes a limit for tax-funded government services by specifying the amount of allowable revenue the City of Los Alamitos can appropriate from the proceeds of taxes. The limit is based on actual appropriations from the 1978-79 fiscal year and is increased each year by the percentage growth in population and per capita income. The fiscal year 2013-14 appropriations limit is calculated to be $16,416,571. The projected proceeds from taxes for fiscal year 13-14 are $8,364,420, which is $8,052,151 or 49% below the appropriations limit. The budget presented tonight for fiscal year 2013-14 is balanced operationally, does include the expenditure of some general fund designated reserves and unassigned fund balance towards community improvement programs, as well as a comprehensive capital improvement plan that furthers the city's goals for the continued improvement of city streets, parks, and facilities. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you. So back to the council. Questions of staff on this item? We went through a lot of budget sessions. No questions? So I just do I have one. So on this on the Doug Woods payment issue. So the monies from the prior fiscal year, those are sort of the I'll say the color of money is the 2012-13, and it's already been budgeted and set aside, and that whatever there's a portion that's not yet spent. Is that correct?
We're talking about the LATV fund?
Yeah.
The way I understand it is that because Doug didn't bill us for the previous year, that fund balance grew faster than it should have, and now with him catching
up, starts to even out over time. But there's a surplus that got carried forward, so it wasn't that we had this hit. Again,
it wasn't that the fund balance grew because we were receiving more revenues. It was because the expenditures weren't being recorded in the proper period.
So the color of that money stays with it, and then it just kind of gets the costs are the expenses are borne in this particular year, but it comes out of that fund from
exactly
as it was built up over the past. So it has no bearing on this fiscal 13-14 budget?
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure. I think that's what I understood. Okay. Okay, with that, so back to the council. Any other questions? Okay, public hearing, I'll open up for public comments on this. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this?
First of all, congratulations on successfully managing the budget for another year. It's nice to see you guys working so well together. Recently, in around 2.5 weeks, we have one of the great events of our city, our 4th of July celebration. This 4th of July celebration is in our budget, and we pay a portion of this. The base pays a portion and Cypress pays a portion. There's a number of players who participate. Recently, comments made by the city of Cypress have caused me grave concern. Apparently, the city of Cypress is potentially pulling out of this arrangement, according to their public comments made by their own city council people. This is a major event for our city. Our community has come before this council, and we've had people volunteer to help pay for it when it was threatened to be canceled once before. I would like the city council to consider, I believe you do a mid-year review. In your mid-year review, I would like you to consider what needs to be put aside to ensure that we can maintain the quality of the summer event, even if the city of Cypress, in their foolishness, decides that they don't wish to participate any longer. So this is just a request that when you go into your mid-year review, if we don't have a commitment from Cypress as a participant, that we plan accordingly so that we can maintain this event for the community. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back to the council. Is there a motion to approve the fiscal year 2013-14 annual operating budget, annual operating and capital improvement program budget?
Mayor, are we going to have comments?
Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't have any questions, but I have a lot of comments.
Me too.
Okay. Okay, you want to go comments first? Go ahead.
Sure. I say this, I want to, as background, I just want to say I had a great meeting with Greg and Josh today, and nothing I'm going to say here is going to surprise them. And we confirmed a lot of numbers. That's why I didn't have any questions. They're definitely facts, but no matter how you slice it, in the end, we are spending $401,090 more than we're taking in. Due to the things that happen in fund accounting, it does not show up as a deficit in our general fund. Call it what you may, we are spending $400,000 more than we're taking in. Second of all, on our figures that were provided on May the 6th, the total police budget was $5,767,124. The final budget that we got on June 11th was $5,672,124.
Do you mean million?
Million.
Million?
5 million, yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah.
Which is exactly $95,000 less than was originally proposed, okay? In speaking with Josh and Greg today, that $95,000 was moved down, since it's not going to come out of general funds, was properly accounted for as unassigned. However, in my mind, I don't see how you say the budget is positively balanced when you're just moving a $95,000 item out of the budget to the unassigned. Basically, without castigating, that's accounting sleight of hand in my book. You know, you're going to say that you're balanced, but yet you're moving $95,000 out of it to balance it. I don't think we've made the hard decisions to bring the budget into balance. And that's borne out by the fact we're spending $400,000 more than we're taking in. We do not have a positive balance in my mind just because of moving the $95,000 out. Okay, that's my point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Murphy. Councilmember Edgar?
Couple things. First of all, I completely agree with Rich. Two things that I think that these 4 special meetings have fleshed out. And just to kind of keep it at the high level and then to make my points with examples is that, number one, we had a significant policy change in how we account for how we take money from the different departments to allocate into what we call a garage fund. We passed that 2 or 3 months ago on a 4-1 vote, and we passed it not knowing what the impact would be to the budget. The impact specifically to the budget was that it actually forecasted about $126,000 more to be pulled down from all the departments. So of the $400,000 that Rich is talking about, at least $126,000 is based on a policy calculation not substantiated by anything other than a policy that says we need to do this, so we will, and they did, and it's done. And I don't agree with that. And I personally, outside of the budgeting process, I'd like to repeal that at some point. But at a minimum, I think that it continues to be a problem with this budget. Second thing is the revenue projections. I had like Rich, and I've spent a lot of quality time with staff. I think, and none of this is a surprise, and it's consistent through the budget sessions that we've been having, is that I'd asked for a couple schedules to be prepared. One of them was to take a look and see what was the starting point May 6th when we started our general fund and capital improvement budget, specifically around revenues. My biggest concern on revenues is that if we say we're going to project a big amount, then the city accepts it and we spend up to it. And so the only way to control, from what I've learned being on this council for 6+ years, is that you got to really fight the revenue line and try to get the revenue projections realistic, so that when the departments are coming at you to try and find out if they can have budget, you try to constrain it right up to the point it's a balanced budget where revenue equals expense. May 6th, which was the beginning, 4 meetings ago, we started out with revenue numbers that are almost unchanged, even though in every meeting we've challenged those revenue numbers over and over again. Some of the highlights of that is that we're depending on a significant increase in Redflex revenue. So the cameras out on Catella, et cetera, that they're going to generate an excess of almost $100,000 more per year. And we went back through that, and a lot of us weren't satisfied, but staff continues to keep this in at the original value. We also have an increase in utility users tax, even though the community voted on Measure DD to reduce the utility users tax by 1%. So 1% doesn't seem like a lot, but it's 6% a year is what we charge through the utility users tax. That equates to about $650,000 a year of revenue. So if you take 1% away, you're taking a little over $100,000 a year reduction. We actually increase our utility users tax, and we don't reduce it down. And when asked during the special meetings, how do we use that as an assumption, the response was, up to this point, we don't show a downward trend. But a meeting or two ago, through this process, we realized that the reason why we don't show it is it took us until April to actually take a decision that was voted on in November and actually get the communication or the telecommunication companies to actually put it in practice. So the bottom line is we don't have any data that shows any sort of increase or decrease in the value for utility users tax. But if you go back to the vote was 1%. 1% represents $100,000 easily. We should have reduced the budget again. So if you're a revenue-focused person as myself and you're trying to constrain the cost, we should have lowered our revenue projections in the utility users tax by at least $100,000. Other things, the occupancy fee and a couple other areas. The bottom line is that, and property tax. So property tax was another area that we actually forecast an increase. And if you think about it, a lot of us that have homes that we've actually go to the county and we had the assessor revalue because that we thought that we were paying too big of a base. A lot of people did that, but now we're having a significant swing where we think that the increase in property tax is going to just be unbelievable to the tune of an extra $100,000 a year. I don't see the economy rebounding. If you go back in the discussion we had around the trash contract, if you go back in the other discussions, the community doesn't feel that the economy is rebounding, and specifically the property tax is going to rebound. And obviously we've had this discussion, so this is a one-sided view, and staff can definitely give you their perspective, but I'm still unconvinced after all this time. So the net is, I still think that our revenue is potentially $300,000 over projected. And I also think that on the expenditure side, we have a policy that actually taxes about $126,000 without a lot of substantiation. So the net of it is, I personally would like to see this budget brought back into line and call it a structural balanced budget, because at this point I don't see it, and I'm still not supportive of where we're at. And again, I mean, the easiest thing for me to do at this point, because the staff has done a great job of going through the motions, the council's done an unbelievable job of staying focused, but I think the easiest thing for me on this is just to vote no. We're running out of time. June 30th is coming. 4 meetings into this, I haven't been able to influence the process to lower the revenue projections, so I think that at this point, I think we're running out of time. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Dean?
I think both of my colleagues that have spoken thus far have hit a lot of the issues on the table. We've been constrained a little bit because we're dealing with new staff, trying to understand some of their mindset and some of the figures that they brought forward to us. Philosophically, I agree with Councilmember Murphy that we're spending more than we're taking in, which is a bad practice. And while we have reserves to cover that, reserves are intended to do things that are exceptional and beyond expectation. And I know that the council, prior to both Mr. Murphy and myself coming on, has done a real tight effort in the process of keeping the reserves at an acceptable level. If you call it a rainy day fund, whatever, there is a portion of that reserve that was set aside back in 2006 or 7 when I was on the council before for emergency purposes. That's not changed. I have a problem at this particular point convincing myself that we've done everything we can to get this budget structurally to the point to where we're matching what revenue has come in versus what expenses are required. We have some agreements coming up for negotiation. We reacted to the national situation with the violence on the schools, went along with the school district to put a school resource officer in place. We were successful in getting part of that shared with the school district, part of it shared with the city of Seal Beach. I think we've made as many efforts as we can to try and fine-tune where we are, but we're still structurally off. And I feel badly in the same way I think that Councilmember Edgar does. We're kind of like up against the 11th hour. The state's not passed budgets in a timely fashion in the past, and they just kind of continue to go on. I think we're constrained by law that we have to provide a balanced budget. And what we're doing in this process is, in order to balance it, we're taking money out of the bank. You set up a reserve account, and you're taking money out of the bank. I know from the very outset, Councilmember Edgar has said that he believes we've overestimated expenses. The report from the state controller on June the 10th paints a rosy picture from the standpoint of the state, that they've beaten estimate revenues by 12.4%, and yet they're ignoring a huge deficit that they have in the same way by just pushing it off. And I guess they can do that. I don't know that we can from the standpoint of the city. So I think my position on it at this particular point is guarded. I think we're going to be forced to look at reductions moving forward rather than looking for adjustments at the mid-year in the process. And I'm just not comfortable with the budget as we've come up with it. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor. Josh, if you could, can you list the items that are from the reserve, that we're taking money from the reserve?
Yes, the business and residential improvement program, that's going to be 10,000. The community spending priorities program, 14,000. The general plan update, 129,487. And the Los Alamitos Boulevard revitalization, 100,000. The pool improvements, 40,000. And the SRO, 95,000.
Okay. And the money from the Aquatics Foundation?
Yeah, I accounted for that. It was going to be 80, and now it's 40.
Now it's down to 40, okay. And the SRO, just for the public, when this was brought up initially after we had the Sandy Hook devastation that happened with all those small children, the council addressed the idea of an SRO officer, which is a school resource officer that we used to provide, but in tough times we had to cut that. The 95,000, to my recollection, and maybe some of the other council members will remember differently, was never talked about coming out of the general fund. We never believed we had the money for that, and it was always expected that that would come out of the reserves. And Dean, you described it absolutely perfectly. The reserves are used for exceptional and beyond the necessary. And in this instance, I think the health and welfare of our children, it comes at a very high cost to us, but it's something that we need to provide, not just for peace of mind, but also for physical safety at the schools. Josh, the $125,000 for the Red Flex cameras, did we project that for multiple years? I don't recall. Or was that just the projection for this year?
That's the projection for, I'm sorry, the 125,000? I'm not sure if.
Yeah, for the Red Flex cameras that we're stating that we're going to have an excess of 125 above and beyond what we normally get.
Right, we're projecting, there's two projections involved. One is what we're going to finish up 12-13 fiscal year with, and that's based on actuals through May 31st, and then projecting forward the next 3 months. I believe that number is in the neighborhood of a little over $400,000, and we're projecting a decline of 12% for the 13-14 fiscal year.
Okay, so we're actually building in a decline for the years beyond this. And one of the things that was discussed at the meetings was the reason we thought that those costs might have been increasing, or those revenues might have been increasing, is because of the work that's being done over on the bridges, which is filtering more traffic through our intersection here where we have the Red Flex cameras. So is that, Josh, what we decided was potentially the reason that we had the extra income for this year?
That was one of the primary reasons.
Okay, thank you. We have, I know this will make me popular with you. We have $200,000, 100,000 that were proposed to be utilizing this year for the street revitalization on La Salle Boulevard. The 100,000 is going to be used for, Stephen, was that for conceptual drawings and outreach?
Correct, exactly.
Okay. Does anybody recall how much we spent the first time we went around in conceptual drawings? I know we had the 100,000 from the Compass Blueprint, but did we spend any money above and beyond that?
Well, we had $90,000 designated for the downtown improvement project. which we spent in the low 50s on and then stopped.
Okay.
That we did conceptual design layout for the two alternatives, and we did a traffic study for the project. We were getting ready to award the public outreach, and then that's where it stopped.
Okay, so we've spent in the low 50s already on this,
Yes.
on this program, okay. There's $200,000 in the reserves for us to use for revitalization, and I look over this document that staff gave us for today, and we have done alley improvements throughout the community, and yet there are still some alleys that haven't been addressed. And when I look at the immediate need for that to be addressed as opposed to a wish list of a revitalization area on La Salle Boulevard, it just doesn't seem equitable to me. So my recommendation, though it may not meet with success, is to pull that 200,000 out and use it towards other capital projects. I brought this up at the last meeting, and I just am not in support of this revitalization. We would have to get a great deal of grants. When we brought this item forward the first time, the low end of the budget for our wish list would be, I think, $2,300,000, and at the top it was about $4 million. I'm just not sure where we're going to come up with that kind of money. I don't know that the state, as Dean was saying, is in a good position to be able to help us out with grants. And I just don't want to throw any more good money after bad. We've already spent over $50,000 on doing outreach and conceptual drawings and the traffic study, and I just don't think that this is an item that is something we need to do right at this point. Dean also said, or I'm sorry, Troy said the economy is not rebounding, and when you talk about optional desires for the revitalization and capital improvements that need to be taken care of because they're a necessity, I just don't see where that spending process or that thought process for the spending comes in. So I would just recommend that we pull that 200 and either use it on redevelopment projects or as far as the alleys or the signage that I brought up at one of the other meetings, or we put that money towards the, I don't even know if it's appropriate. Could you put the money from this item towards the school resource officer, Josh? Is that an applicable use?
If the council wishes, we could, close that out and use the excess funds for whatever.
Okay, so again, street revitalization, which is still controversial. We have an SRO that we can't fund that we believe is necessary for the protection of our children. That would take down the 400,000, potentially part of the 400,000 in excess that the other council members are saying we're spending above and beyond what we bring in. So I just think that there are other options, and there are things that are necessities, and then there are things that are optional, and I just like for us to look at them from that perspective. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, Josh, one more time, the monies were coming out of the reserve, 100,000 for the revitalization, 40 for the pool, 95,000 for the SRO, 14 for the spending priorities, 10 for the rebate, business rebate, 129 for the general plan update?
Correct.
And then what was the other one? I'm missing one. That totals 378, unless I.
The revitalization was another 100.
I already got that.
The emergency generator's 100.
The generator. So the generator.
But didn't we offset that cost?
No, that's already been offset.
Yeah, we've offset that.
So we're talking on the order of 378?
Yeah, it's actually 378
Okay,
because
and then-
this Exhibit A was before we knew if the Aquatics Foundation was going to make that.
And so the general plan, we're in the third year of that, and that was, I think, always intended to come out of the reserves. And revitalization, that was tucked away from the surplus that we had in a prior year. The SRO, I think, is a really big hit. I'm going to say that the reserves that we have are in excess of what we need. So it is the people's money. I do understand the idea of, some is good, more is better, but come on, this is the people's money, and what better use to give it to the people to use. So I'm going to just say that on the reserve too, as far as you're concerned, Councilmember Murphy. I understand, that what you're saying, and we do have that other discussion we still have to have about the unfunded liability, which is a big discussion. But, this one, I think, this belongs to the people, and we're just trying to put it to where the people can get some use and benefit out of it. So with that, I'll just bring it back to us. Open it up for public comments. Oh, we already did that?
Oh, yeah.
No, we had public comment. So just call for a motion on this item. So is there a motion for this? Motion to approve the 2013 14 budget.
I'll make a, I'll reach out and make a motion with the recommendation for the 200,000 that's set aside in the reserve for the revitalization project to be used for the
SRO.
school resource officer and potentially some of the other small items that were addressed as the overspending. And then we can come back and look at the revitalization next year if that's something that we would like to do. Again, I would just say optional and necessity.
Okay, so there's a motion to approve the budget with the specific use of the $200,000 set aside to offset the cost of the SRO, plus some of these other out of budget. So actually, it starts to bring the dip into the.
178.
Okay, hundreds. Well,
Or it's less
if
than
we
that,
take
maybe.
this 278, 178. So it brings the dip into surplus down to 178, of which 130 was already planned 3 years ago to be used. So that's the motion. Is there a second? So I'll go ahead and second the motion. So back to us. Any other discussion on this?
Where do you get 200,000 on the revitalization?
That was what was set aside in a prior year.
That's not allocated for this year.
It's only 100.
Yeah, it's only 100.
I realize that, but the other remains in the fund and could be used this year as opposed to delaying it to the
So
next
you're,
year.
you're still taking the money out of the reserves to do it.
True.
You're just masking it from the standpoint of.
No,
what you're doing.
actually, I'm saying that I think there's a necessity as opposed to a desire, and I think necessity should come before desire, that's all.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to approve the fiscal year 13-14 budget with the allocation of the prior year $200,000. When you say it's in reserve, it was put in there with an earmark that we're now suggesting we use that for other purposes than the earmark. And I would think that would also mean that the revitalization probably comes off the table and it won't be funded. So that 200,000 will go towards the those other unfunded items. So that is, I believe, the motion.
Yes.
And I've seconded it. So any other questions, comments on that?
Yes, how are we taking away 200,000? We're only proposing spending 100,000 on the revitalization.
I think the motion takes the revitalization off the table, so it won't be used.
It just frees up.
I understand that, but how does it's a $100,000 item against the reserve, right?
This year.
An earmarked reserve.
Yeah, for this year, it's $100,000, and our budget. So I'm working for a number over 400,000. How do we? We're spending $400,000 more than we're taking in.
I thought we were down to 378, Richard.
Okay.
Okay, so let's take out. Okay, so for all intents and purposes, 200,000 that was earmarked for the street revitalization. The motion is not to do that and use $200,000 to offset the 378.
But there's 200. We're only budgeting 100,000 for this year.
Yeah, but see, Richard, we had the option to use the 200,000 all in this year if we chose to. We only chose to identify 100,000 to be used for this year and to defer the other because that $200,000 has been there for many years and has been untouched. And to me, that's underutilized money when there are things out in the community that need to be taken care of. So yes, we've decided to pull out 100,000, but that doesn't mean that the other isn't there for our discretion.
So now we're spending 500,000 more.
Yes.
So
Exactly my point. Now we're spending 500,000 more, not 400,000 more. You can't get 200,000 out of 100,000.
I don't understand that. So
Okay.
maybe you can walk me through the math.
Okay, the projected fund balance spending as of the June 11th meeting was $100,000 against the reserve for the Los Alamitos Boulevard revitalization. Only $100,000 is being spent in this fiscal year. So whether or not something else is going to happen in future years, we're only budgeting 100,000 this year. You can't take 200,000 away from 100.
Okay, so let's try this. Okay. let's zero out the 100,000. Zero it out right now. Okay, so no street revitalization allocation. So we're down to 278. Okay?
How do you get to 278?
Well, I just took out 100,000. So from 378 minus 100,000, I'm down to
Okay.
278.
Could you explain the 378?
Josh, could you explain the 378?
I was looking through my schedules, and the number that actually we should be using at this point is $361,090. That takes into account all the fund balance we've proposed to spend and adds to it the surplus. So it would be the net amount that the fund balance would be reduced, $361,090.
Can I ask you, though, that the surplus you're talking about is this garage fund that you're going to suck down to pay the difference, right? You're using the garage fund and calling it the generator fund now, just like we paid for this building next door, paying it out of the garage fund. See, that's the whole issue I have with this garage fund. It's not, we're allocating it from every department, telling them it's for capital improvement, it's for cars, it's for whatever things, and then we go and we spend it somewhere else when we don't like the answer. And I think that we need to kind of constrain ourselves here. I don't understand this process of, Rich said, it's the accounting sleight of hand. So the real number, quite honestly, is at least 400,000, I guess is my point, and that should be our basis to start. Put the other money back in the garage fund. There's no surplus. And matter of fact, in the garage fund, where we actually allocated a certain amount, we actually spend 26,000 more in that, but that's a whole other story. But yeah, I honestly, the math to me doesn't make sense here. And I guess, Mayor, if you want, go for the motion or we'll go for a substitute. The only alternative to this, I already said I can't support this, so my vote's clear. The only substitute is to systematically, look, we want to move the downtown, fund, take the 100,000 out of this year because we can't afford it, that's fine. And when you look at the revenue, decrease the revenue by 100,000 or 300,000, and then have the city go back and figure out how they're going to manage their budgets, whether they fix the allocation and reduce that, because there's $126,000 in that policy in the garage fund thing that we passed 4-1 that really could be moved completely off the table, and there's 126. We have a generator, we have a phone system for 146,000. If we don't want to spend money in reserves right now, it wasn't earmarked in reserves, it's put in the operational budget, take that out, that's another 145. We can piece together the right budget number. I just had come to the conclusion that we're going to ride this thing over, and that's why I was going to vote no. So if we're going to do an alternative, if not, then, Mayor, I just say you take it to vote and see if it flies.
Okay, call for the question. So the motion is, okay. I still want to go through the, if you can just decompose the 361, so I can at least form the motion or reiterate the motion correctly.
Okay, operationally, $27,397,000, or let me start again. $27,397 is the surplus. Subtract from that $129,487 for the general plan update, $100,000 for the Los Alamitos Boulevard revitalization, $10,000 for the business and residential improvement program, $14,000 for the community spendings priorities, $40,000 for the pool repairs, and $95,000 for the school resource officer.
Could we get an explanation where the 100,000 for the generator went, please?
We're paying for that. We received the 71,000 for the administrative rebate from the county, and then the balance was from the garage fund. The police in the city, they say they need an emergency generator. They've been needing it for years. If there's a power outage, it's a necessary piece of equipment, and that seemed like a good way to pay for it. I would like to say, too, that every meeting that when we've been instructed to look at the revenues, every single meeting we've gone back and looked at the revenues, and now we're dealing with actuals. And then we were also asked to look at every single revenue, including the cable TV. We saw that the cable TV was reduced, so we reduced that. But if we don't see it, we're not just going to reduce it to reduce it. The red flex, he's dealing with actuals and he's conservative on it, and he's reduced it from this current year. So that's a conservative amount. The UUT, yes, the percentage for the technology was reduced, but who knows? Every middle school student, a lot of times, the base gets expanded by the technology that folks get. On the TOT, it's doubtful that any hotel has reduced the rates. Property tax, the day after our council meeting, there was an article in the paper that property values are increasing by 25%. In addition, 2 weeks ago, as I stated before, the city of Santa Ana, who was on the brink of bankruptcy last year, increased their revenues and including property tax. And as we're seeing in Los Alamitos, housing is, you see 4 bedrooms, 770,000, 780,000. What was taken out of the reserves last year? Was it 800,000 or what was it last year?
The budget planned last year included 800,000 of reserves.
Okay, 800,000. And, but this Los Alamitos, the city of Los Alamitos has been fortunate in most years where there's been surpluses, and then that helps pay for that. The SRO, Josh and I were in the audience that night, and the presentation by the retiring city manager talked about taking it out of reserve. Number 2, the community give back perhaps, or number 3, surplus revenues. But we've looked at, these are like actual revenues on these projections. So it's a new finance director. I've been told it's the 7th finance director in 7 years. And so, or maybe the 4th in 4 years to get different. I would say give him a chance. What he's showing is, when he brings it into me, he's showing me actual revenues at this point. I would just ask that the finance director be empowered, hold him accountable, and there's a lot of safeguards. There's mid-year reviews and things of this nature. The general plan, that must have been, this is the 3rd year of that, so that had to have been contemplated. The SRO is a very, very worthy cause, and if it's our understanding there used to be an SRO, and that every year they ask for an SRO. So that's our recommendation, but we'll do whatever the city council prefers.
Okay, so just trying to decompose the numbers. So just to explain it one more time, Richard. So if we were to zero out the street revitalization, that's $100,000 off of that, I guess.
361.
Yeah, pulling it out of reserves. So now we're down to 261.
Right.
So now I have from my perspective, there's $200,000 that were earmarked. They're not reserved, they're earmarked to be spent. Okay, spend that against 360. Now we're down to 361, 261. Now we're talking whatever, pulling out of reserves, 261 minus, it's 261 minus 200 with 61,000 left. That's a way to do it.
I'm
Right?
sorry? One more time.
Okay, 361 is what's being pulled out, right? We're going to take out $100,000 total, right, out of that. So now we're down to 261. Put 260, put 100,000 back into the general fund, or into the reserves.
Okay.
Okay, so down to 261. We're not going to spend it on Los Al Boulevard revitalization, visioning, planning, conceptualization, nothing, right? We're down to using 261. Now I've got this $200,000 that were earmarked for revitalization, not reserves, earmarked for revitalization. That happened in the prior council when we had the windfall profit, or windfall from signing with the trash. Why are you shaking your head, Dean?
You've already taken 100 of that was earmarked for this year.
I just put it back in. I just put it back in.
Put it back in where?
Reserves.
Okay,
So now we're down to 261,
okay.
right?
So,
There's 200,000 back into reserves, right?
okay.
There's 200 there. We
It's 100 from this year.
and 100 from a future year.
So the deficit's 261. I agree with you so far.
Okay.
It's the next step where you lose me.
Okay, so the 200,000 that was earmarked for Los Al Boulevard, let's spend it right now. Not on Los Al Boulevard, on this 261 deficit.
Oh, I see where you're coming from,
So now we're down to 61.
and I don't agree with you. That's all right.
Well, and Mayor, if I may, we're acting like we're surprised by these amounts. When we talked about the SRO, it was from my understanding, generally understood that it was probably going to need to come from reserves, so that's no shock. The business and residential improvement, that was something we voted on doing, okay? So that's no surprise. The community give back, we had $358,000 that we had the option to spend, but we are fiscally prudent, so we're only spending $14,000. That's no surprise. The pool, that's not something I was aware of. Maybe that got past me as far as that was going to be an expenditure that we would have to get from the reserves. The general plan has come from the reserves before. So really, I mean, it's like saying, yeah, staff, go ahead, we're going to do these things, and then chastising the staff for doing what we asked them to do. We knew these monies were going to come from reserve. I'm kind of shocked that everybody's shocked that we're spending the money.
Look, we called for the question. Let's just either go for the vote, and if it fails, let's try and craft an alternative.
Okay, thank you. With that, so we'll call for the question. The motion is to zero out the Los Al Boulevard revitalization line item, bringing the, I guess, the deficit spending to 261. And then that's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Grammy. I'll second that one. And all those in favor of that?
It's a roll call.
Roll call vote.
On the budget, it's a roll call vote.
Okay, so if you can, Wendy, please roll call vote.
Councilmember Edgar?
No.
Councilmember Gross?
No.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
Yes.
Mayor Kusamoto?
Yes, so the motion fails. Okay. So back to the drawing board. What are we going to do, folks?
I'd like to put a motion forward that we do the reduction, we remove the downtown revitalization for this year, moving it out into the future, which would reduce by $100,000. We reduce the garage fund by 126, which is the amount for things, cars, et cetera, and reduce the generator by $100,000. On the SRO, we pay for it, but we use the credit that we receive from the county because I think that SRO, if it's that important for our kids, then we should probably be using it towards protecting our kids, not protecting the generator. And so the net of it is we would have a reduction of approximately $300,000 and let the staff work through the details based on that guidance. That would be my my motion.
I'll second.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, so we have discussion. Go ahead.
As far as the generator, what's the timeline for necessity on that?
The generator is a 1970 Onan generator, and unfortunately, the generator has two parts. First part is the engine, second part is the actual electrical generating part. About 4 years ago, the engine had a problem. We were able to fix that and continue it running. Unfortunately, the generator portion has failed. Our generator company that comes out and services it had a test done, and it has completely failed the test. It is uncertain right now. If we were to have a power outage right now, I'm hoping that this room would light up. But to put it in plain and simple terms, don't turn the microwave on, because I'm uncertain at this point that the generator would work.
Troy, would you be willing to consider, I'm supportive of the 126 from the garage fund, but I feel concerned that if there was some kind of situation where we needed that generator and it didn't work, that then we'd be caught kind of with our pants down. And we need to provide public safety for this community first and foremost. And, you know, the ability to inform them as to what's happening that may have caused such a problem. So if we took the street revitalization for 100,000, the garage for 126, what does that leave us with, guys? 126.
Josh, do you have the number? I'm trying to figure out the math myself. So
One more time on that?
So, Troy, could you restate your motion?
Yeah, the reduction of the garage fund by 126, which is the one sub-portion of the garage fund that doesn't go towards salaries or operations and maintenance. It's specifically the amount that goes towards buying things. The downtown revitalization, 100,000, and the generator for 100,000. And then we would apply the $70,000 county received credit towards the $95,000 SRO costs.
And what I asked is if there was some kind of a compromise on the, of course, supporting the garage fund for the 126, but supporting the generator and the SRO. So could we get both those numbers to see where we would be at?
You know, that,
Yeah, let him answer
So
it.
I have 126, 100,000 for downtown, and then there was another 100,000 for the generator.
And there's a plus
326.
71 in there, right?
Sorry,
Yeah,
was
the
that?
Plus 71's for the county credit.
But then there's also the 95 for the SRO, right?
Which would be 25 with the credit.
Right.
397,000.
Doesn't sound right.
Say that again?
397,000.
What is,
You
what
added-
is,
I think you added the 70, but
So you want to, so it's 361 minus 100,000 for the street revitalization.
forget
Takes
the
us down to
361.
Well, I'll tell you what, Dean, when it's your turn, you can adjust it, but for right now, this is how I'm gonna do it. Josh, you're projecting 361.90 being spent out of the reserve. If we were to take away the 100,000 for the revitalization that we're budgeting for this year, that would take us down to 261, right?
Right.
And then 126 for the garage fund. What does that take us to, if you don't mind? I don't have a calculator and I'm too tired to do it myself.
135.
135, okay. And so that's where I'd be comfortable, but now Troy is also saying, so you take away 100 for the generator, that would take us down to 35. And then you add the 95 for the resource officer, which takes us up to 130, but then you take out the 71, correct, Troy? Okay. And so that leaves you with,
The 95 for the resource officer is already included in the 371, your beginning deficit number.
oh,
So you don't need to add that back.
okay.
So right now, if we're doing it this way, backing out the garage fund and backing out the generator, we have 35,000 deficit that would potentially need to be covered or
Okay.
kept.
So I guess my question to you, Troy, is if you have any leeway in your recommendation to let us pay for the generator for just safety purposes, and then we can maybe work with staff to lessen that number a little bit. Would you be comfortable with that, or are you just hardcore on where you're at?
well, let me ask you, Jerry, what's more important, the generator for $100,000 or the phone system that's in the operational budget for 146?
I don't know, I'm not.
Well, I'm just saying that to me is the trade-off, because right now, we're dealing on the general fund, on the reserve side, we're not even talking about the operational budget in total, other than the 126, which is the tax that we're doing on the other side. But, you know, I think the balance is, do we want to keep the phone system in, or do we want to, or prioritize? Because you could pay for the generator. If you think that's more important than updating the phones, and then just do the substitution and throw that back in the operational budget.
Well, I'd defer to staff to say which you feel is a more immediate necessity.
Cassie's the one that's working on both of those.
Right. That's why I was wondering from her.
You know, both are important. That's a guess. If
Yeah.
we have another incident where we lose power, it was a real problem when the generator didn't function properly the last time we had no electricity. The phone system could go at any time. It's old, it's past its life cycle. However, the company that we have a service agreement on the phone system for now has guaranteed that they could come in here in an emergency situation if it did, you know, go down, and get us up and running within 24 hours. So that gives us a little sense of comfort. We've limped along. You know, we've tried to get the phone system into the budget
Right.
several times, and it's been pulled. And it's still working, although, you know, questionably how well it's working, but it does still function.
Okay.
The emergency generator, you know, our operation, and it's not just in the police department, but it's the overall operation for providing city services here at the Civic Center. You know, if the generator doesn't function, then your phone system's not going to work. Then, you know, we're not going to be able to function at all in the buildings.
Right,
You know,
so
the,
then-
the police department will still be out in the field. That's not a a safety issue.
Right.
And our dispatch center's off-site, so that won't be an impact.
So you would say the generator is more of a necessity than the phone system for this year? I know you don't want to say that, but if you're left to choose, that's what you're saying is more of a necessity.
Probably, yes. And if the phone system goes down next month, then I'll have guessed wrong.
Yeah.
They're both really antiquated systems.
Sure.
The generator's old, so's the phone system.
Yeah, it's just, I wish I had a crystal ball, but we don't. Right now, we're trying to balance the budget, so.
So I guess the one thing I would say to Rich, to you, is that something that I think we've had a good, healthy discussion on is what is our reserve policy? What's assigned? What's unassigned? How would we spend it? You know, when you hear the stories of we're on the edge of a phone system, when you hear the story on the generator, look, I have a construction company. My brother comes to me all the time wanting to buy new equipment. And I say, give me a list. What's the most important to the least important? Give me a dollar value and we'll sort through it. We probably at some point ought to look, if we're going to spend the people's money, which is Warren's point, we ought to be doing it a little bit more systematically than this piecemeal all over the place. It's hard to keep track of it.
Could I ask that we go down the list one time? Just let me ask the questions this way. The general plan, that's not really, that's going to happen, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's not really up for the debate. The boulevard revitalization is optional.
Right.
The business improvement, we're actually committed to, correct?
Mhm.
So it's not, so it's done. The community spending is optional, the 14,000.
No, because we already, actually, we committed to the top 4, and we didn't have support for that, so we asked for 1. So I don't believe it's optional. We've already spent the money on the survey. We've already addressed it several times. The staff's already done staff reports multiple times over several months for this. I think that it would be a shame to have wasted all that time and money to not at least give something back to the community.
It
still.
doesn't change the fact that it is an optional at this point. It's an option whether we want to approve it or not.
That's right.
The pool is $40,000.
Which is optional.
That's optional. The SRO is, it's optional on definitional purposes, but it's something we all want to do.
Mhm.
Okay? So what are we talking about? We're talking 362, and we're taking out 140, which is the 10,000 and the 129. I'm going to call it 130, so I can do the math. 140. So now we're down to 222. Okay? If we take out the optional, we take out those two items.
Which ones are you taking, Rich?
Taking out the general plan and the business improvement really aren't open for discussion.
Okay.
Is my point. Okay, so it's already been decided that money is going to be spent.
So 139.
So we're down. I used 140 for a round number.
Okay.
Leaving me 222 as my as the deficit. So if we take out 114, which is the boulevard and the community give back number, we're down to 108.
We'll take out the pool and you're down even more. Because it's optional also.
Yeah, I'm coming to that. So if we get the aquatics number, first of all, let me say, as Troy just said, this is absolutely no way to be doing this. Okay? If we take out 40, we're down to 68,000. We can find that in the garage fund. However, I got to say, I cannot believe that a $95,000 item in the police budget of $5.7 million is 1.67%. And we can't find that in that budget. We're not doing our job. That number cannot be, you should be able to find that money. It's got to be in there somewhere. And that's why I'm agreeing with Troy that this piecemeal approach, we're making certain assumptions. We're assuming that the $71,000 that's coming in needs to be offset against something. That's actually money that's coming in. That's really not being juggled here. But in this discussion, it is. So the question comes down to me is how much of a deficit are we willing to live with? And what that makes up the deficit are we willing to leave in? I personally think we got to pay for the generator more than the phone system, but I've been hearing for at least 3 years the phone system is close to gone. That somewhere the money, could be given back to staff, said, figure out, this is what we're willing to spend, figure it out. However, I don't know how we do that on January 17th when we have to have a budget in 13 days.
July 17.
I'm sorry?
June 17.
June, what did I say?
July.
Oh, okay.
Or January.
You said January.
January, July,
Going back in
June.
time, because I'd like to.
Okay.
Dean, go ahead.
Please go ahead. No, go ahead.
I'm just going to say, we've kind of agreed that 100,000 on the revitalization, we're going to forfeit. We've indicated the 100,000 from the generator and 126,000 from the garage. That gives us $326,000. I think the approach is we cut it by $326,000 and tell the staff to figure out where it comes from. Because for us to say, is the phone system more important than the generator? $100,000 for a generator, can you find one for $75,000 that's used, that's going to make the thing function for another 5 years? We come back at mid-year, or we come back in 3 months when we know a little bit more where the numbers are, and then we can allocate back, say, okay, we pulled 326 out, now you've got another 75,000 more that's come in. You allocate it, that's what their job is. You allocate it where you need it the most. They're not going to, I'm assuming they're not going to go out and buy a generator tomorrow. How much of a generator do they need to get by? What part of the building do they get is the most critical? Certainly this room isn't. If they're, I don't know how it's set up electrically wise, but I'm sure you can figure out part of that. Even if they buy a portable generator to come in to temporarily, or rent a portable generator to come in and temporarily deal with it, till we see how the money is. From the standpoint of the projections that are coming in. You said, Troy, from the very outset that you think there's an extra 300,000 in over projections, and you want to be prudent in that particular process. Well, in 3 months, 6 months, we relook at it and realize that those projections weren't bad. So at that point, we put it back. They're not going to buy the phone system between now and the 1st of July, or now on the 1st of August or 1st of September. They can prioritize what they want to do. But I think if we reduce the cost by 326, that's a whole long way from the 400,000 that's there in terms of getting the thing done. So, do we have a motion on the floor at this point?
There is a motion and you second it, but I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out what the motion was in terms of numbers. So it's to take the garage fund account and zero that out and put that back into, I guess, to be able to be spent, allocated against this.
The 126
126. And then the 100,000
from the street.
for the street revitalization comes
Put on
out.
hold.
Comes out. So it goes back into reserve.
Well, it doesn't come out of the reserve.
Okay, doesn't come out of the reserve. And then, and $100,000 of the generator, which we've already voted on and allocated, that goes back as well, right? Doesn't get spent. Right?
Yeah, but I think there's an option that staff can use the 146,000 they have in their operational budget to make a decision whether they want the generator or the phones. And then the last motion is, it's after this budget process is closed, let's come back in a period and identify potential long-term reserve policy. What is our priority for using dollars out of the reserves, and make sure all the departments line them up, and we just go through that process, including the unfunded liability for medical liability that we know is still out there.
Well, and did we get any numbers with regards to the unfunded liability that we have for the employees, and at what point we become whole when we're paying the $250,000 a year? At what point do we, see us being paid up?
That could take many years.
Okay.
It's a liability for future costs, and they're asking, or what would be happening is we'd be setting aside monies for future costs.
Okay.
And we can come back with a report on that.
Okay.
So I'm going to, okay, Troy, could you try the motion again and the one that Dean seconded so I
Yeah.
can,
The motion is to reverse the policy specifically in the garage fund for the $126,000 where we aren't going to tax each department. Therefore, we will not have that revenue of $126,000 to throw into this.
so you would say reverse or just?
Well, I'm getting more
Yeah.
into the policy, but the
Yeah.
bottom line is it's a reduction of $126,000 from our projection and really kind of, it's called transfer in revenue.
Yep.
Removing the downtown revitalization pre-engineering work for $100,000 in this current year, not using reserves for that. And then reducing the amount for the generator for $100,000, which was a pull-on, and allowing the placeholder that's in the operational budget for $126,000 or $146,000 for phones to be at the discretion of the police and their ability to manage within the budget to decide whether they want the phones or the generator. On top of that, apply the $70,000 that was sent through the county as upside to be applied towards the SRO of $95,000 that's also in the reserves, which is really actually in our general fund expenditures. We're just paying for it out of reserves. So we're just applying that 70 into our operational budget.
Right.
That's my motion.
Second. Dean already
Dean, or
seconded.
second. So just to get clarity, so Josh, could you run the numbers? What does that mean in terms of the bottom line deficit? When you add those, when you take out the I did the math here. I want to make sure I've got it right. There is still a deficit.
We're starting with 361. We're taking out 126.
Aren't you cutting out Aren't you cutting out 326, the downtown revitalization?
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it once.
And the
once-
generator?
Yeah. So
And then you're taking the 71,000 to pay for the SRO? So it's almost 400,000 or 397,
yeah.
right?
Yes, we're looking at a surplus of 50,000 approximately.
So that'll be on top of the $27,000 surplus?
No, that's
inclusive of the $27,391.
And I guess with that, if just to make it clean, bring the budget into balance by reducing revenue by that amount and lock it down there. And I think that would be, and then if we get a reserve over and above that or any sort of excess, then it goes into reserves and it continues the process. But I think that's the cleanest way to have a structurally balanced budget. And I would reduce that out of the utility users tax if there was an option.
We could work that out.
So the numbers all tie out, Josh? So zero deficit, zero surplus?
Whatever surplus exists after these changes, we would reduce the UUT telephone revenue projection.
Right.
So that is the motion.
Call for the question.
Call for the question, roll call, well, no other discussion? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edgar?
Yes.
Councilmember Gross?
Yes.
Councilmember Murphy?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
Yes.
Mayor Kusamoto?
Yes. So motion passes 4-1. Well, thank you all, and thank you, the council. It was a very spirited discussion. Unfortunately, we guess we should have had this probably, in one of the prior budgeting meetings, but I guess we got it all out there, so thank you for that. Thank you, staff, for dealing with all this, so you have some challenges to go work on that. Okay, with that, the next item, I think we're going to talk about, we've got 10A and 10B on establishing these. I would ask the council, would you consider tabling these so we can go into the next phase? And it is rather late. I mean, one of them we are going to try and talk about the time limit policy, but if the council's pleasure, you want to, are we ready for more?
I'm good. I mean, we can table, I think we can table the consideration for the legislative platform. We've been doing okay, working with.
Right. You know, lately, because of some of the past policies that you've had on some of the legislation, especially local control and some of these.
Right.
Councilmember Gross is real good at tracking that, as all of you are. And I've been kind of drafting some letters for the mayor based on those type of policies, trying to protect our revenues and things of this nature. So I think we're fine with that.
Okay.
We still need to bring it back and finalize it, however.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. And then the other one is time limits. I would like to have that discussion, but do you want to have it tonight, or would you like to?
I say let's do it tonight and get it done.
Okay.
We've already carried it.
Okay, so we'll table 10A, go to 10B, establishing council meeting time limits. Okay, can we have a staff report? When?
Yes, this was, I'll do it, a matter that was brought up on April 15th by Councilmember Gross with the support of Mayor Kusamoto, requested staff research the possibility of not starting any new business after 10 p.m. The item discusses establishing council meeting time limits and was continued from the May 20th meeting. And there is some discussion here about some other cities and establishing how you would establish it, not consider new agenda items after 10 o'clock, not later than 9:45. There would be a vote to determine the remaining part of the agenda, and then the council would have like waivers if they would like to go past that hour, and final adjournment, and there's meeting time limits. So things of this nature is provided for your consideration.
Okay, so back to the council. Questions on this? Questions of staff? Comments? Dean?
I would like to suggest on the final adjournment hour, we put down 11:59. I would like to change that to 10:59. I think all this does is force us to regulate what we're doing. I know there was discussion about how much each member talks, and I think that's more the discretion of the chair if he feels that it's taking longer on a particular item. There are options in here that the council can vote to waive the consideration of an item past 10 o'clock if it deems to be accordingly. So I think it's worth a try, and we'll make things a little bit better. I know the people that attend and the people that watch the meetings kind of wonder how long we can continue to function. The later it continues to get at night. We've also got staff that and city attorney that the clock is running on when we do some of this. So I think it's just a means of self-regulation in the process. So I would encourage the members here on the council to go along with it.
Okay, Jerry?
Mayor, if I may, thank you. I think that it's worth mentioning, I called city clerk today and asked her if any other cities have only one council meeting per month as opposed to two. And she was under the impression that no other city in Orange County has only one meeting. So right now, we're already taking out that whole meeting from the 2 a month and cutting it down to 1. So then when we talk about limiting the time to do the city's business, I don't think that's fair to the people. I mean, we had residents that came forward when we were cutting down from 2 meetings to 1 saying this is a lack of transparency. I will also note that many of our meetings just recently have ended quite quickly. I do think that sometimes there's more business that the city needs to address. The budget is one of them. Becomes a much more discussed item, as you can tell from tonight. And so these meetings go a little bit longer, but I think generally speaking, we've done a pretty good job of trying to be cognizant of the time that we're taking, not only of staff and the people in the audience, but also the people at home who are trying to watch. I want to get home to my family, so trust me, I don't want to be here any longer than I have to be, but at the same time, I want to do a good job as a council member. So I can't say that I would support this unless we were going to go back to 2 meetings, but then there's the increased cost that goes with that when we have the option to decrease costs and still get the same amount of business done. So for right now, I would have an issue with this and I would be not in support of it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Richard, anything?
No.
I'm okay.
Okay, so I'll just go ahead. I think that, yeah, hearing both sides, Councilmember Gross, Mayor Pro Tem Mejias, I think if we, as we said, regulate ourselves, try and run an efficient meeting. I think tonight's meeting was very important to have the discussion we did, although it was rather painful, and I agree with the others that it was not the best way to be doing this. It needed to be done. I think for Mayor Pro Tem Mejia, I think that we do have the option to extend, such as tonight, right? We do have always that option. So I think this by itself would not be a bad thing as long as we're efficient in how we conduct our business. But I'll see what we come up with in terms of the vote. I'm not sure if I'm really supportive of the whole thing right now as well, because it is important we get the people's business done. So with that, I'll look for a motion.
I have one question. I think it talks about if it was going to be extended, that's at the will of the mayor, or is that the will of the majority?
Public comment.
Well, I think we vote on it, right? It's put forward for a vote.
Right,
based
well, that's
on-
what I'm saying. So it's not, I don't mean to
Yeah,
cut you off,
no.
but so it's not at the option of the mayor to extend.
Oh, not the chairs. Okay.
I'm sorry.
What are you looking that up?
Yeah, it's section 3. The city council may waive any of these limits by a majority vote.
But not the chair. Not the.
No, not just the chair alone.
Okay.
Right, and
Okay.
see, that's the part that I'm uncomfortable with.
So, Richard, you had a comment now?
Do we need public comment on this issue?
Yeah, we'll get public, yeah. Okay, so no other questions? So I'll open up for public comment. Any member of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Surprise. I actually have had the pleasure recently of going to another city council and sitting through their meetings. You'd most likely like them. They're around 10 minutes. They do consent calendar. Everyone votes. Straight ballot most of the time. Nothing discussed, nothing pulled. They actually have a meeting at 5 o'clock where they have workshops, and they do all their discussion there. It's not on TV, and most of the public doesn't even know about it. And then at 7 o'clock, they have their actual meeting, and it's over like that. I like the fact that we discuss everything in public and are transparent. They voted for Measure L without knowing that they were voting for industrial property because they never discussed it in public. They're voting on Measure A in another 10 days or so, and there's still questions about what's actually being done. We had knockdown dragouts in here with council members discussing and with people discussing and with hundreds of residents. But most of the time, it's not like that. Most of the time, it gets over pretty fast. You cut down from 2 meetings per month to 1. I was against it. I'm clearly going to be against you putting limits on, especially where a majority can just say, oh, we don't want to discuss this anymore. Bang, it's done. 10 o'clock, we're out of here. I, like you, have a family I'd rather be with. I also have 2 startups I'm running and a business that I've been running for 10 years. I have better things to do. I've got 2 kids at home who I would rather be with than be sitting here. But I still think it's important that you guys take the time to discuss in public in front of us. And I'd like to see you guys keep it the way it is. I understand that there's a catch clause in here which says you can vote, but I've seen majorities who I don't agree with on this council, and I know they would have voted to end discussion. And I think having these discussions is really important, whether you agree with each other, agree with the people in the audience. It's just important that we have them. And I think they're very useful. And I would hate to see us do anything that cuts them down. And I'm saying that knowing I want to be home too.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and bring it back here, back to the council. Is there a motion on this?
Yeah, so let me address a couple of things that have been brought up that, it's like we're not going to give opportunity to discuss things and we're not going to stay open in the process, or we need to go back to 2 meetings a month. The purpose of this is really more to give us a structure to function under, and the ability, if the group decides we need to do more discussion. The point is, do we need to continue to take stuff when it's getting to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock? And we've had meetings that have gone that late. The purpose is to say, how important is the business? And if we see it's happening, then maybe we need go back to the 2 a month. I'd make a motion to approve this with the change in section 2 to 10:59 instead of 11:59, meaning that by 11 o'clock we would finish getting out of here. We won't be taking any discussions after 9:45 unless the majority of the council wants to do it. That just means we postpone those items like we wanted to do tonight, postpone them till another meeting. And I think we can operate more efficiently in the process. So that's my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion to accept the staff recommendation with the exception of the final adjournment hour, moving it to 10:59 instead of 11:59. That's the motion by Councilmember Gross.
I'll second that motion, but I do have comments.
Okay, there's a second by Councilmember Edgar, so we'll open it up for discussion by the council. Do you want to say something, Rick?
Well, I'd just like to add, I'd like to add to the motion if we could, if Dean would agree, that we revisit this in 4 to 6 months, and then see if it's working, like we did with the one meeting.
That's acceptable.
And go from there. I mean, this may not come into play in 4 to 6 months, but.
Can you pick a time, not 4 to 6, just pick a date?
4 months.
Okay, thank you.
That's acceptable to me.
Well, and I'd like to ask for the option to be considered that instead of limiting the time, maybe we limit the responses from the council members, which will help us get out of here in a more timely manner, because sometimes the responses can go on. I've watched 5 to 9 minutes. If we were to just agree that we would address, in the questions in the beginning, 2 to 3 minutes, if that's, acceptable to council. When it comes back for comments, maybe 2 minutes. I think we could get out of here in a lot quicker time and still have the option to do the business of the city, because I will tell you, I think that it's not honoring what the people deserve. We've already cut back 1 full meeting, and now we want to limit ourselves to a very small window to get this stuff done. I think that I'd rather see something along the lines of where we limit our responses as opposed to we limit the time and say, without a majority, we're not moving forward with the business of the city.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Edgar, you had some
Yeah,
comments?
2 things. One serious, which is I just want to thank you for bringing this forward. I think this will work out, and the checkpoint to look in 4 months is a great addition. And not so serious, JM, I just encourage you to continue to spending the time in Cyprus. We really appreciate it. Yeah, that the meetings are a lot different over there, but I've been over there. I've seen their meetings, and they have a lot of decorum, and they go through. And I think that going through the process, you make assumptions that when they don't understand stuff. I don't necessarily agree with that. And even though we're in a dispute with them, with their what's going on with the land use over there, I still think that they run a really respectable meeting. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. On mine, I was sort of on the fence on this one. I do think we can run an efficient meeting, but the one thing I am not supportive of, and I won't support this one, is I would like to see a member, a 2-member, 2 council members that want to continue the meeting to be able to do that instead of a majority of 3. I think that will at least provide that check and balance. It will not be abused, but for that, I know the motion is as you stated. I'm not going to try and further modify it. I think the modification is good, but overall, I think we can run an efficient meeting and be out of here and hit most of the items. But I do want to, suggest that if it does fail, that we revisit this to see if we can provide the minority viewpoint to at least continue on the discussion. With that, I'll call for the question. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
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 Opposed, say no.
No.
No. So it passes 3-2. And in 4 months' time, we'll see how we do. But thank you all. Appreciate that. Okay, with that, thank you, Council. Thank you, staff, Wendy, for this. The next one is council announcements. But before we get to that, I do want to, City Manager, if you might interject one thing on the 4th of July before it gets too late to have
Yes.
I would like to have at least get out there for the public to, the announcement.
How did you know that was what I was going to talk about?
Well, we should talk about it. We
Okay.
need to, so.
Yes, the cities, as we know, of Los Alamitos, Cypress, Seal Beach, Rossmore, and the Joint Training Base invite the community, 4 p.m., 4th of July, 26th Annual 4th of July Fireworks Spectacular. The festivities will be on the airfield, as is the Wings, Wheels, and Rotors program, live entertainment, 40th and 300th infantry and military bands, games, rides, inflatable jumpers for children. The kids will be in the fun zone, food vendors, and merchandising vendors. It's $5 per car. Everybody's encouraged to carpool if they can, and as we know, it's always a great show. Bring out the lawn chairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, with that.
Question for that.
Oh, do you have a question?
Just real quickly, last year there were some comments from residents saying that the fireworks didn't go up as high and they weren't as spectacular. I know we've moved it out onto the airfield as to avoid impacting the homes with, safety risk from the debris. Stephen, are we going to have,
Corey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Corey. Corey, are we going to have a better quality of fireworks as far as the height in which they go up? I know we discussed it last time and that was going to be addressed.
Yes, that was another one of the reasons why we're going to be moving it out onto the airfield is we're not restricted by the 500 feet of fallout zone. So we've spoken with the fireworks contractor and told them that we want the same size shells as we've had in the past, the 3, 4, and 5-inch shells, but to shoot them up higher into the air. So that will allow everybody to see them better.
Well, thank you for taking into consideration what the residents' input was. I really appreciate that for them. Thank you.
Okay, so sort of a little out of order. Back to council. For council announcements, we'll go ahead and anyone want to go first?
I'll go first.
Thank you.
I'd just like to ask if it's the will of the council that, as Janelle Poisner recommended, and that's not her new name, but Janelle from SCE asked if we would have any opposition to write a letter to the Public Utilities Commission. And so I'd like to ask that staff look into that, and if the council so wishes, we send a letter off redoing that. And I just wanted to add, and I don't want to beat up on CDS, but I have had a handful of people who have come to me that were not people from tonight that have had kind of a negative experience when it came to dealing with CDS and their customer service, both in the streets and on the phones. So I just like for staff, if we could, to reach out to them and see if there's something we could do to improve that relationship between the community and the provider.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay, and that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else want to go? I know, Troy, you want to have some questions. You want to?
Yeah, just real quick. We got a letter in our packet from the Orange County Fire Authority. I had asked the mayor before the meeting if I could just ask the question in public and just make sure that what the response, or at least the mayor's perspective is. And the letter specifically was had to do with unfunded liability at the fire authority. And we are part of 20 to 30 cities, I think 34 cities across, or about 30 cities across Orange County that basically pull into the Orange County Fire Authority. Our board representative is Mayor Crusamoto. And this note that I'd gotten from one of the financial chief there said that we had a pretty huge number for unfunded liability. And I was just trying to make sure that this wasn't a foreshadow that they were actually going to push this value to us. It was like 4.3 million. And I was just wondering, Mayor, if you could just address that from your perspective.
Sure, I'd be happy to, and I appreciate you forewarning me about this. So looking at my notes, so back in the April 25th OCFA special board meeting, there was talk about the OSER's actuarial funding policy, and there was a change from a 30-year period to something less than 30-year to pay it off faster. And along with that came a motion, and I forgot from what city, it might have been Santa Margarita, Rancho Santa Margarita, but the director from one of the South County cities had asked, what is the individual obligation, if you will, for each of the cities that participate in the structural fire fund? And the answer was there really is no individual obligation. It was really, based on the way it all pools out, and we have our property portion of our property taxes goes towards this, and the will of the board is to try and have this unfunded liability funded quicker. So there was a change from 30-year to, it would seem to be more optimal, and I want to say 20, but I could be wrong. I didn't write very good notes. Oh, 25. So the 25-year amortization versus 30-year would fund this faster, and there would be a slight deficit the way the curves work. And I have the notes somewhere in my house. It's in a pile of paper somewhere. But anyways, if there's some interest, I can certainly go over that with anybody here, any member of the public. And so with that came the question from one of the South County cities about what is it allocated to each individual city, and that's what came back to us in the form of this letter. I think there are disclaimers on the letter that says this is not our obligation, this is just how it gets calculated out based on the public that gets served by us versus any of the other cities down in the other portions of the fire fund. And I think the real kicker are the cities that are not part of the fund, but they call them cash cities, and they're pay as they go, and it's a bit tougher for them because the budgeting is it's a lot tougher for them. They have to actually look at it, and much like we went through our budget process now, they would have to do that as part of their budget process to say this is going to be cash money that they spend in a given year towards the fire fund, and they pay as they go, and it has variability because of the different things that happen to the equipment, to the firefighters, to the wages. So that's kind of what it is, and I hope that explains it to you.
Yeah,
And
thank you.
And then I guess it's not because I'm on the fire authority. That's why I get the question. It could have been any of the other council members, so not because I'm the mayor this time around. So it could have been any one of us. So, but I appreciate you bringing this up.
No, thank you. And you're doing a great job there. A lot of the people that are on the Fire Authority Board are on the SAM Board, and really appreciate serving with you. The other items that I had real quick is St. Isidore had an outstanding wine tasting / artist discussion where they had artists come in and profile about 6 or 7 local artists. And it was really, Jerry was there. It was just a really neat event. I just, the time is closing on St. Isidore, and I would just continue to put out to the community to help. They're going through by June 2014. They'll have to cut a deal with the Orange County Diocese. Right now, it's about a $1.2 million amount for that piece of property. And, I would just say I thank the community for continuing to support, and anybody's interested, you could talk to the city manager and give you contact information where you can. I wanted to congratulate the 2013 class of Los Alamitos High School. All of us up here have kids that are in that age right now, and another great graduation. And just wanted to thank the Board of Education in Los Al and everything that they do for such a great job. I've gotten a lot of email traffic in the last probably month on 2 or 3 items. Lights, the field that we talked about during public comment, and again, I would welcome anybody to call directly. You can look on the website for the city or call the city manager. We can help you get connected with people at the school district. What dominated our emails probably for about up to about 2 weeks ago was the dog park that was recommended in Orville Lewis in the Rossmore Highlands. That thing has met its eventual death, so that they won't be talking about that anymore. But so please stop sending me emails. It's over. That one definitely got a lot of people interested, and it's off the table. I also wanted to put out for the Orange County Sanitation District, anybody interested in taking the tour of the groundwater replenishment system, which is a joint partnership between the Orange County Water District and the Orange County Sanitation District, is where we put about 70 to 100 million gallons of kind of treated wastewater through a significant process and put it back into the groundwater to help with the infiltration from seawater penetration into our aquifer. Boy Scout troops, schools, anybody, any residents that are interested in getting a tour, please contact the city manager, and we'll hook you up with that. We're getting a lot of requests right now during the summertime, and I would just make sure everybody's aware of it. I would also second, and I know we're not voting on it, but Dean has been very adamant in getting out in front of a lot of the legislative issues. I think the Southern California issue with the Chino Hills build out of the infrastructure for the generation and distribution line, I think we really do need to put something out. Even though we passed on item 10A as a legislative item based on our policy today, we still have the leeway. And I'd say in fairness to Councilmember Gross, who really does stay on top of this stuff, I would defer to go with whatever we need to do and don't hold back because we're waiting. I think, the mayor's been very accommodating through this process to sign whatever we need to. And I'm very appreciative, Mayor Kusumoto and Dean, thank you for being on top of that. And I just want to continue to do that. Those are the only things I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Edgar. Richard?
I want to thank the 37 people who emailed me on the dog park. I'm serious. I mean, the community involvement was great. I do want to point out I got exactly 0 emails on the budget. So, somewhere there's a balance there that we're missing. I went a bunch of places nobody really cares to hear about, and I got to say happy birthday to Jack Hunter. Hopefully he went to sleep about 2 hours ago. He's 11. That's it. Okay.
I have all of the items posted on the website. Again, it's just losal.net. You're welcome to check that out. And if you have any questions, my phone number is there as well. I also did get a lot of the letters, much like the other council members did. And, this is the process I think that I like, is that people, residents, have an opportunity to reach out and talk to us and get responses. And you don't do that when you try to reach somebody in Sacramento, and you get a form letter back, and you don't get from Washington. You're lucky if you get anything back, but that's the process of the local government, and we like that because it helps us understand what the needs are. I did go to the all-night grad party, even though I don't have kids in the high school, but that was a changed experience this year. They were a lot more intent on alcohol and drugs, and beefed up their security, and they did a good job, and the kids had a good time, so that's the important part. That's it for me.
Okay, thank you. So let's see, for mine, I was able to support the local Girl Scout troops on their crossing over. I was invited by a member of the public, and I got to go hand out as the young ladies transfer from whatever rank to their next rank up, and there were, I guess, some of the palms, and that was a very fun experience. Having sons instead of and daughters, the Girl Scout experience was a lot different than the Boy Scout experience. Boy Scouts are really loud and noisy and boisterous, and the Girl Scouts were very nice and polite and attentive, so it was really refreshing.
They sell cookies.
Yeah. The other thing I was able to do as mayor was attend the Army Ball a couple of weeks ago, and that was a very fun event. And I was at the table with the Joint Forces Training Base, the 79th Sustaining Division, with 2-star General Megan Tatu, and I also ran into Congressman Alan Lowenthal, and I did ask him if we can have another meeting, and city manager is taking care of asking for that. So for our council here, think of items you would like to bring up to the congressman, and I think that I would like to see 2 other people go to have the chance to go talk with them. So let's kind of think about that, add the list to the city manager, and let's see if we get it on the agenda. Things to talk about. So
I was just, you said, yeah, they have asked for some topics, so please email me any topics that you might be interested in talking to the congressman about.
Okay. And then as just part of being a representative of the city, I was able to attend Irvine Mayor Dr. Choi's. He had a Korean festival, so that happened in the month of May. I attended that. It was in the latter part of May. It was a very hot day, and I think Councilmember Murphy was supposed to be here, but wasn't able to make it. So I attended, and it was very, very interesting. And I think it's still pretty small, on the order of about 2,000 or so attendees, and I can see it growing if you can kind of keep it up. It's their 4th annual. And I think with that, that's about all I have. And I think Mayor Pro Tem, you had one more thing to say?
Yeah. I forgot all about the dog park. It's been a while. It seems to be I'm the center of the controversy over in the Highlands. So I just want to be very clear for those people who reached out, and I really appreciated the ones who left their phone numbers because I was able to call them and speak with them, take their concerns, but also explain what involvement I had in the process. And that's exactly what it is. People come to council members, ask them what the process is. The process is explained to them, and then they bring the item forward. Unfortunately, there was a concerned resident who thought I had some kind of a ulterior motive to make sure that this happened, and it happened very quickly, and actually did receive information from another council member stating that that was the fact. So I did reach out to him on several occasions. He since has apologized for the flyer that he sent out, understands that my involvement was really to support the resident in bringing the item forward and had no hidden agenda. There were people who were under the impression that I had done something. Let me see if I can remember exactly what he said. I was trying to move it very quickly, and it was shady, and he didn't appreciate that. So hopefully those of you who didn't get a chance to speak with me or get my emails, just going on the record tonight to say I have no vested interest in a dog park. I own cats, not dogs. I don't live in the Highlands, and so it has no effect on me. So I do always support the process, though. And so for those of you who are a little more threatening than that with your comments, I will just state for the record, my job as a council member is to be the voice of the people, and I will always do that. But just know that the process also includes the fact for you to have the opportunity to come and weigh in on those items, and then the council generally will listen to the majority because that's the way America works. So with that, I'd like to say thank you again to the people who took the time to call me back and talk to me. And thank you again to the resident who, after he put the flyer out, apologized repeatedly for misrepresenting my involvement in it. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So, City Manager, any other reports? I know you already talked about the 4th of July. Anything else? And then City Attorney, anything?
Closed session.
Okay, so we'll announce the 2 items for closed session right here.
Number 1, public employee appointment regarding city manager. Number 2, conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we'll go into closed session and we'll come out here and adjourn when we're done. Thank you very much.